Oh, anyway, first set. So right. So we're doing this as warrior, by the way. The reason I recommend warrior for the first tier is because you are very tanky, very survivable. So it means you don't need as much knowledge of like how everything works, because mostly what you want to do is you want to be pulling monsters one after another non-stop. And then your biggest problem is not really gonna be the monsters or the bosses. It's gonna be like making sure you have enough time. Which means these first 150 floors or so are gonna be very easy, like mechanically, but like it's still important to know like what some of the monsters do. So let's start with the first set. First set is very easy. There's not much to mention, so we're gonna be killing, I would say, up to the point where we reach the set. Up to the point where we reach floor 40, we should be killing most of the monsters just to make sure we don't get underleveled. Because if we're underleveled, then the bosses, they start being annoying. And they're gonna waste your potions. So, you know, it's better to take a few extra minutes and kill everything. So anyway, so the stream does... Yeah, okay, I was just making sure the stream could see this. So Sprite, there's nothing to say. Death Mouse, there's nothing to say. Nothing to say about the Patrol, which is the Ziz. Nothing to say about the Antelope. Nothing to say about the Bat. The Goblin, nothing to say. Goblin, nothing to say. Hippo, nothing to say. This Beetle, nothing to say. This Dung Beetle, on tank, it should not be that bad on tank, but you have to be careful because it's gonna do a move that's like a charge, right? It's gonna like, it's a long cast that charges you. It can crit for a lot of HP. Like it could crit easily for a third of your HP on a DPS job. On a tank, it's probably not gonna catch you off guard, but it's still nice to know. And I would say the Ornament is the only monster that might be dangerous. If you leave this guy alone for too long, he's going to start casting something called Final Stain, and if that cast completes and you're still like, let's say, within 5 yards of the bee, it's going to do something like 90% of your health, of your max health, so you could die easily. Yarzan, nothing to say. Mimich, nothing to say. Mimics on this set are very easy, and they're bronze chests. And yeah, that's it. And the boss itself has nothing that interesting about it either. So we can just start. I have a lot of warrior runs there. So something to keep in mind for the first set. Like I said, you would prefer to kill almost everything just because you don't want to be too underlevel. Of course, you want to be checking chests, like, because we're starting off, right? Like, so you might as well get your commanders. Though something to keep in mind is you don't have your range move. Like your range pull, you don't have it until level 15. So like for the first floors, you're going to be forced to walk up to the monsters or provoke, which means you have a higher chance of hitting traps. You shouldn't really not die to a trap this low, but it's just something to keep in mind, right? Silver chests, you do not need to open them unless your Eater pool is not 99. By the way, if you're curious on Warrior, you could very easily start a run with like very low Eater pool and just kind of try to climb as high as you could while opening all the silver chests. That'd be fine. So like I said, we're gonna be killing most of the monsters for XP. And then we just go like, basically we kill everything and then we go to the next floor. On this set, there's always 4 rooms. There's never 3, there's never 5, there's always 4. So it's not too bad, right? Like you know as soon as you see 4 rooms that you explored everything. In my run, we're going to be doing also AoE pull sometimes, just because it speeds up, but it's not something you would need to do ever, actually. If you want to try to clear on Warrior, you don't need to do multiples. On the lower floors, you don't need to, and you don't need to on the higher floors also. So, like, see right there, we hit a landmine. So it's kind of nice to like just keep your potion in mind in case you hit a landmine. Talking of which, you should be using Generally, you should be using whatever potion drops on the set you're on. So the set we're on right now is the monsters are gonna be dropping potions, normal potions like that. So we should be using these potions. So I would say you definitely want to be opening chests, even if you have every pomander and you're still on the lower floors. You don't need pomanders, but it's still nice to open chests. I would say just because you might be able to find a free shrine or a free steel, and it speeds up, or it makes it harder for you to die to something like a landmine. There's also raisings, right? When we're gonna start seeing raising, it's always nice when you find a free raising, because that means if you do something stupid on the set, then you don't lose a run, right? It's always a nice thing. So we're just gonna go there. We're not gonna go for the fourth room. It's really far. I think you should expect, I would say almost all the sets below 100, you should expect to do them in about 15 to 20 minutes probably. So they don't take too long. It's faster if you do AoE pulls, it's slower if you don't do AoE pulls, but you're never gonna time out, so it's really up to you. So also something interesting, though it's not really important. On this set, all the way up to the 6th floor, you will always have 2 monsters per room. Never 3, always 2. Though that's not really important, it's just something nice to know. How long do I think the guide will take? Probably 10 to 12 hours, I would say. So right now it's 10 Eastern. I think we should be done around 8. Yeah, I think around 8 Eastern should be around when we're done. It's not gonna take as long as a scroll run, because scroll runs, of course, we have to spend 30 minutes on each set and then 1 hour on the later sets. It should be significantly faster. Though we are playing a slow job. We are playing warrior, which is definitely not the job you would play if you wanted to do this as fast as possible. I would say if someone was trying to get their first clear on a warrior, or any job really, of course it depends on what kind of schedule you have, but I would split PotD. I would split your PotD attempt in 2 to 4 sessions if possible. If possible, right? Because some people, they can only play an hour now and then, and for these people it's not gonna really work out. But I would say if you have if you're able to have 3 evenings, I would do it in 2 to 4 evenings. Yeah, especially these lower floors. I know for the higher floors, some people they can't chain them together because it makes them it drains them of their energy. But for the lower floors, I highly recommend you try and knock them in big play sessions. Because if you're just doing 1 set a day for the lower floors, it's gonna feel much worse, because it's from your point of view, you're gonna be spending 10 days on the lower floors, right? Instead of if you just knock it out in 2 evenings, then it's you only wasted 2 evenings, you know. Well, that's my opinion, at least. That's how I do it. Now, of course, I would say most of the floors below floor 80, you don't really need a guide to do them. Like there's a couple monsters that it's nice to know what they do, but you don't really need a guide. But I'm still doing a guide for all the floors because, you know, since I'm doing a guide, I might as well make it for everything, you know? It'd be kind of weird to have a guide for PotD and then you start it at floor 80. So we're just gonna go through everything. And actually, when I got my Necromancer myself 2 years ago, I did it by watching Angelus Red Mage tutorial VOD. And I watched the entire thing from 1 to 200. And it was very helpful, like because what happens is that since on these lower floors there's not much going on, it gives us more time to talk, right? So like it's kind of counterintuitive, but like we're gonna be giving the most advice on these lower floors because like we don't have to be thinking about the game. So what happens is we're gonna say important things on the lower floors, unfortunately. So the main issue you see usually, someone will say like, I keep dying on like the boss on 30 or 40. I would say 95% of the time, the issue of this is because they don't kill all the monsters and they become very underleveled. If you are underleveled on the upcoming bosses, like they kick your ass, like they will kill you very fast. It's why we're killing everything there. It's that kind of thing that you don't really think about until it happens to you, right? So I'm gonna show, this is the mob I would say, I said it was like the most dangerous on this set. I'm gonna show you what it does. You kill it really fast, but it's like, if you don't kill it fast enough, it does this. And this does a lot of damage if you stay close. Look. I did say 90, it's probably more like, I don't know, 75 or something like that, but like this is based on your max HP. Luckily, you can easily avoid it if you can kill it in time. I'll show you on this one. There's 2 ways you can avoid it. First way you can avoid it is you just step a little far, somewhere like that. If you do that, it won't like it has a minimum range and it won't be able to do it on you. The other way you can dodge it is you can simply LOS, line of sight, which is a very common theme in deep dungeons, by the way, using line of sight to break attacks or spells. I will show it next time I see an Hornet. So like right now we have the wrench pull, by the way, which means that this is significantly easier. Because now we can, every time we enter a room, we just like attack the monsters with the wrench pull, right? We don't have a reason to like go into the danger of the mines. I'm gonna show you the line of sight thing against this guy. So you remember I said this guy, he does a charge move that does a lot of damage. So what happens when you line of sight is you break the line of sight. And if you do that, like its spell is when you fail, and then you can resume fighting simply. And that tactic is very used in deep dungeons. I would say it works against most spells. Yeah, most spells. Like it's definitely the exceptions is when there's a spell that doesn't work. But most of them, it will break the spell if you do line of sight stuff. So I can show you against this one, the line of sight again. So, you know, right now we're seeing each other. We have a line of sight. If I break the line of sight, look, I cannot. attack it. Target not in line of sight, but that's the same for the monster. It means the monster cannot attack me as well. So, okay, I might as well explain something. We're explaining a lot on the first set, but I should try and make sure I have stuff to talk about for the entire thing. But like, if you are ever in a room and you don't want to risk hitting a trap while you're fighting a monster, what you can do, go inside the room, stop, don't move. Okay, so now you did not hit a trap, right? But here's the thing, if I press S, you can notice that I'm walking down the exact same path as long as I don't move my camera, right? So what I can do to make sure I am not entering a trap when I find a monster is I go in, stop moving, target something, pull it, move back, or don't move. But like, you know, as long as I don't move my camera, I'm going to be walking down the same path, like pixel perfect. So this way I made sure that I don't hit the trap on the way out, you know? That's a nice tip. I don't know if it's... on controller, maybe it's a little different. I've never played with a controller, but on keyboard, it's pretty easy. We're going to be repeating things a lot also for the guide. So if I mention something now... So I'm going to show you this attack, by the way, that I line of sighted earlier. This is this. Like, it's a charge move that does a lot of damage. Okay, we got a Mimic. So yeah, whenever you open a chest, there's a chance it's going to be a Mimic. But tanks, not even just Warrior, but like tanks in general, they're very strong against Mimics. Because the most dangerous things about Mimics is they have a cast that they will do on you that gives you basically a 10-minute dot. But then you can interrupt it on tanks. So like Mimics are actually rarely bad on tanks. In fact, they're usually good because they have a higher chance of dropping chests. So we're still killing everything around us. Make sure we're not too under level for the boss. So another basic deep dungeon thing. Wow, 2 Mimics. I wish I was a score run. Another basic thing for deep dungeons I have still not talked about. You're gonna see that I'm mostly hugging walls while I'm like navigating. That's because there are traps in the rooms, and you have less chance to be hitting a trap if you ride along the walls. It's not a 0% chance. There's some traps along the walls, but it's the lowest chance. Basically, it means like whenever you're moving, you should be trying to navigate through by touching the wall. You should try to avoid moving to the middle of rooms, unless you know you can hit a trap and it doesn't like matter, right? So you saw that guy, he respawned, right? Like he appeared. That's another thing in the dungeons. Every X amount of time, and that amount of time varies depending on the set, a monster is going to respawn in the floor you're on. And the game will not check, like the game will not try to make sure it's not in front of you. It will spawn in a random place, so it could be in front of you. Though it's always going to be inside the room. It's never going to be in a hallway. Also talking about the hallways, they can never have traps. That's also something else. So the traps, they can only be in rooms. Well, I'm going to show you which side actually. So there's probably going to be some kind of trap. Okay, so you see this? This is a trap. Like I said, the traps are rarely on the sides. Also, traps will always spawn inside a room, never in a hallway. And there will always be 0 to 1 trap in every room. That means a room can have 0 or 1 trap, excluding the spawn room. The spawn room, the little flag on the minimap is where you spawn. That room is excluded. That room is always 0. So if I start from the beginning there, I use a side which reveals traps, by the way. So like this room cannot have a trap. I know for sure this room cannot have a trap because I spawned in it. This next room could have a trap, but it has none because I revealed the traps. It has none. So that's a room that adds 0. This room had 1 trap, but then I know there's no more traps. So let's say for example I was just playing normally, walking through the room, and then I hit the trap. Now I know this room is safe because I've hit the trap that was inside of there. That means there's no more traps inside. I will explain the difference between the traps later. It's not really important for a while. But there's like basically I think 5 kind of traps. They all do different effects, some of which are significantly worse than others. But I would say most of the time it's the same concept. You just don't want to be stepping on a trap while you're fighting something. So we're gonna go to the boss now. So like we took a little extra time there to kill every monster. Make sure we are on a good level. It's not so much an issue on tank, but it's on tank it's gonna be wasting your potions, so you know, might as well kill a little more. So this guy does nothing, except he does telegraphs on the ground. Make sure you step out of them. He's gonna do the cone first. Then he's going to do a circle AoE on himself. Then after that, he's gonna do a circle AoE on you. And then after that, he's gonna do an AoE for the whole room, which you cannot avoid. So you just have to eat it. Then is well, he starts with a tank buster. Like he does a tank buster also before all that, the whip crack, and then he just resumes. So it's cone, and then it's circle AoE on himself. Then it's gonna be circle AoE on me. Also, make sure you drink your like. So you have your regen potion, which is the precious one that you want to farm and try to use only when you need it. The other potion that you're gonna use, like a potion, high potion, etc. These are very cheap and very common. So like you want to be spamming them basically. Like every time you would have lost some HP, just use one. It's gonna save you resources at the end. Oh yeah, right. Another small tip, which is just to gain time, but you don't actually need to run all the way to the exit there. You can just press U and then leave like that. Like as soon as you kill the boss, you've already won the set. Also every 10 set, but I think this is common knowledge, but every 10 sets you get a break, so you can decide to leave and come back later, or just keep going. Or we're gonna keep going in our case. But before that, we're gonna go over the monsters, like I said. Which I don't forget. So that would be 11 to 20. This set has actually some problematic monsters that you have to know about. The Pudding is not really problematic. He hurts a little bit, but it's not really a big deal. The Whelk is not a problem, does nothing interesting. The Urag does nothing interesting. The Toad, so you're gonna be fighting the Toad. After you're in combat for about 5 to 10 seconds, it's gonna do a move where it pulls you to it, and then it's gonna do a circle AoE. It's not really gonna kill you, but like something that can happen is if you're fighting it and you're moving at the same time, it could pull you in a way where you're pulled inside a room and then you hit a trap. So you gotta watch out for that. The slime is the most dangerous monster on this set. So the slime, as soon as you're fighting it, there's like a timer for an enrage that's gonna start, and you don't see that timer. After around 30 seconds, it's gonna do a one-shot move that kills everyone in the room. So you want to kill it before that. You will not have issues killing it in time. No problem. Like you should kill it in another 10 seconds. But it's just like if you're doing multiple pulls, or like you don't notice that you have a slime on you, it could wipe you very easily. Cobra is another dangerous monster. It has a unique mechanic where if you step on a trap that transforms you into a toad, it will one-shot you. You cannot do anything, it will one-shot you. It also has a gaze that you have to turn around or you get petrified and you will die. The Nanka does nothing interesting. The other Nenka does nothing interesting, though this guy, he does a telegraph, which hurts way more than it should, so just make sure you don't step in it. The Beetle Crow does nothing interesting. The Ochu does nothing interesting. The Marble does nothing interesting. He has a telegraph you really don't want to be stepping inside, but you have plenty of time to dodge it. And the Seedling does nothing interesting. Mimic are still fine on this set. They don't do anything interesting. And there's some unique monsters, but they don't do anything that we care about. So that's it for the set. And let's go. So this set. I'm gonna be I'm going over the monsters before every set, but I will, like, as I'm fighting them, I will also go over them. So that's the Toad that I was talking about. Let's see if I can show off what I meant there. Yeah, okay, I can show off easily. So you're fighting the Toad, and it's gonna do a move that pulls you in. So what can happen if you're fighting the Toad and not paying attention, and you're like kind of moving around, is that you're gonna be in a situation where there's a trap between you and it, and it's gonna pull you, which triggers a trap like that. That's the way you can die against a Toad. So you gotta. That's why when you encounter a Toad, in my opinion, just stop moving, kill it. Don't try to be fancy and, you know, like going to places where you're fighting a Toad. Okay, this might be a good time to go over the traps real quick, I guess, since I use the site anyway. So this is a landmine. Easy way to remember the landmine is that it's the most symmetrical trap. Like, it just looks pretty. That's the way I remember it. Like, it looks like, you know, a very, like, pretty square. Like, all four sides are the same. What this does is it will do around, I believe, around 80% of everyone's HP that's around. But it does your current HP. It doesn't do your max HP. That means that if you're low, it's not gonna... this trap can never kill you. It can only do 80% of your current HP. That also includes all the monsters around. So it means that if I step on this trap, this Toad is gonna hit 80% of its damage, but also me. Like that. Which is a good thing, because it means you can now kill a monster very fast, though that's not really applicable until much higher floors, but it's something to keep in mind, because that will be very useful when we go to the higher floors. But I would say down there, like, you really should only really focus on starting to learn what the traps look like. And the landmine is definitely the most important one to, like, know what it looks like. So if you were gonna forget about every trap, just remember this one. So that's a treasure room. A treasure room is simply a room that has, like, I think around 10 monsters inside of it, but it has also 4 chests in all the corners. So it's a good way to get your commanders, get a lot of commanders. But it also means you're gonna have to fight a lot of monsters to navigate around there. So let's say we messed up, right? Okay, this is gonna be a good example. Let's say we messed up and we pulled, like, way too many monsters. And I don't know, like, you did something stupid and now, like, you have, like, a million monsters on you. And now you're like, oh my god, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna put my tank cooldowns. I'm panicking. I would say first thing you want to do, just switch aim, right? Just switch aim when you're in the bad spot, just to give you time to think, and then decide what you're gonna do. Like, in this case, maybe I'm like, okay, they're doing way too much damage. So I'm gonna use a steel to reduce the damage. Maybe I'm gonna use a potion as well. Then I'm gonna start killing them. I just use the witching to give you time to think, and then decide what you're gonna do. I would say almost the number one way I see people dying on the lower floors. I would say all the way to 150, the number one reason people die is they pull, like, they do something stupid, or like they're just not paying attention, like, and they pull multiple monsters, and then they're scared of using a witch chain because they're scared that they're never gonna get it back, and so that, like, they're fighting in a really bad position and then they die. So I'm totally against that. I will say, as soon as you are in an uncomfortable position, witch chain, just witch chain. You will get your witch chain back. And even if you're the most unlucky person in the world and you don't get your witch chain back, well, at least you you're still gonna climb, you know? Like, you're not gonna lose a run to a lower floor, and then it feels like you wasted your entire time. Like I said, we're gonna kill every monster for XP. Sorry, I was distracted there. This trap is... It's not really important to remember what this trap does, but it's a silence trap. I kind of remember because it looks like a... I don't know, like an Illuminati eye, I guess. And they silence you. That's the way I remember. So yeah, this will silence you. Prevents silence, prevents cast spells, and prevents weapon steals. If you have a necro drop, which you use, it will remove the silence part, so you can use spells, but it doesn't remove the weapon steal silence, so you still cannot use your weapon steals. But like I said, this trap is not very important to remember what it does. You will... The only trap you want to remember is landmine, and maybe luring trap later. So I did say hugging the walls means that you're significantly less chance with a trap. It doesn't mean you have no chance with a trap. So like every time you're gonna see me going in a room like that, there is a risk I hit a trap. So I don't want to be moving in rooms when I'm fighting monsters, unless I know that I will survive a trap, you know? Like, for example, I'm fighting, let's say, the pudding there. I want to be staying there to fight him because I don't want to hit a trap. But let's say I know, like, very well my damage and my limits. If I know that I could survive a trap, then I can just go. Because then I know, even if I hit a landmine, I'll be fine. Even if I hit a toad, I will be fine. Which means I can move with it. But I would say when you're starting out, don't do that. Like, just pull stuff inside always, kill them, and then pull something else inside the hallway and just keep doing that. And when the monster is too far to pull without stepping into danger, just take steps forward, stop moving, pull it, move back, and never move your camera. This way you're never gonna hit a trap. Or if you hit a trap, you're gonna hit it before you pull the monster, right? So you're not gonna be dealing with a trap while you're fighting the monster. Same concept. I moved, stop, attack. Now I'm gonna kill it. Then I will move after. Or I can just not move again and kill this one. Just so I don't risk hitting a trap. Hey. Thanks for the sub, Loken. I appreciate it. 8 months in a row, man. Damn, it's been a while. I've been streaming for long. Thank you very much. Well, I'm not sure the tutorial is tailored for people like you, Loken, but I hope you enjoy it. We'll be going over very, very basic concepts for most of the lower floors. Kind of interesting, actually. It's very different from my usual sweaty sweatlord pouring streams. It's kind of chill. I like it. And you know, a reason I'm doing a warrior score, not score, sorry. The reason I'm doing a warrior tutorial run is because I was checking out YouTube. I could not find any, like, warrior tutorial run. So that's another treasure room. Lots of monsters. You can decide if you want to deal with that. We're probably gonna have to because there's a... I can see the key somewhere inside. Yeah, over there. So might as well pull the monsters. So on these lower floors, we're going on through, like, basic concept, I would say. Once we make it to, like, I would say, like, once we start getting to the 100 plus, then it's gonna be more, but not really advanced, but it's gonna be more like, well, yeah, it's gonna be slightly more advanced tips. Until then, we're kind of assuming that the person watching has little to no knowledge, right? So we're going over a very simple concept. So we found a loss in that chest. This is not something you need to do, but if you find a loss and you happen to have maximum loss, the loss is actually a very strong spell. The Void Fire that you can use when you're a Succubus is a very strong spell with an AoE. It's an AoE with no fall-off. It means it does a lot of AoE damage. So you can just, if you find a free one, you can simply pull monsters with it, and it will do way more damage than you could do with like your single target damage. So, you know, it's something you can use to save a little bit of time. It's not really something you would use to... now, you don't need to do this to clear, but it's just something nice. Save you a couple of seconds there and there. It's kind of a... Saving time is kind of an underrated thing, I feel like. Like, sure, it's not something you need to do to go fast, but you have to take in consideration that if you go fast, like if you get used to going a little faster than usual, you're gonna be saving a lot of time on your attempts. Like maybe you're gonna get it down in, I don't know, like in 20% less time than someone else who was going really slow the whole time, right? But anyway, going slow is something, but like I'm saying, on this set, we want to be killing most of the monsters to not be under level, so we're actually... It's perfectly fine to take it slow there. Unless you don't care about using potions. If you don't care about using potions, you can probably get away just pulling the bare minimum. But I'm telling you, if you do that, the bosses are gonna be very annoying. Like, they're not gonna kill you, they're gonna drain your potions, and they're gonna just be, like, very long. So there, that's why we check chests. Even if we have like good commanders, we just check all the chests. Because then when we find free strength, free steals, we just use them. They're gonna speed up everything. And we're on a job where we don't fear mimics. So, you know, since we don't fear mimics, we don't really have a reason to not be checking chests. So the frog, like I said, it will pull you. You can arm's length, by the way. If you use arm's length, I'm gonna stun it. Well, it did it there. Stick is stun. But if you use arm's length, it's not gonna do the pulling effect. I'll try to show you on another frog, because that one was a little scuffed. So that's the slime. You need to kill it under 30 seconds, which you will very easily. Like if I'm just doing damage, look how fast it's dying. It's like 4 GCDs. Like it's probably 6 GCDs if you don't have a strength. But if you don't kill it, then it will blow up and one-shot you. I would say it's gonna put oh, it doesn't put a debuff on you. Okay, there's a version of the slime on the higher floors that puts a debuff on you, but never mind in this case. So yeah, they're just like, just kill it fast. There's no reason you should be keeping a slime alive on you this low. If for whatever reason you do have a slime alive on you for like a very long time, and you know, like you have a feeling it's about to blow up because the 30 seconds is gonna be up, use a witching. You want to use a witching in that case. There, we found a free steal. So just again to show you what to not to do, don't be across from the toad, because when it pulls you in, there's a risk that's gonna pull you into a trap. So don't just like stay in place, kill the frog, and then move on. So I'm gonna show you what I meant there. So the pull-in effect can be avoided if you use arm's length. I'm gonna stun it to make it easier to show off. If I arm's length, it's not gonna pull me in. There, like that. Can be useful if you accidentally pull a frog while you're fighting something else, and then you're scared that the frog's gonna pull you into the AoE of another monster. Then you can just arm's length. It's gonna like basically you have 6 seconds to decide what you do. There's still one monster of note to talk about. We still have not seen it. Okay, the Cobra. So you never want to hit a trap when you're fighting a Cobra. That means you need to kill it inside the hallway, or you need to kill it inside the room and not move. Also, this gaze will probably kill you, so you want to be careful. Well, maybe not on a tank, but it will petrify you. So, and yeah, you don't want to be fighting this guy inside the room, because if you hit a toad trap, you're dead. Hitting a toad trap is also pretty bad if you're finding a slime, because it's going to make the window of time you have to kill it way smaller, which means it's more likely to blow up and kill you. So it's preferable to like really make sure you're not gonna hit a trap when you're finding a slime. So intuition bags, by the way, they're like bags you can find whenever you're using intuition, like that. Whenever you have an intuition active, like next time there's a bag, it's gonna show it to you instead of being invisible. It doesn't provide any advantage inside the dungeon. It just gives you loot outside to sell on the market board. So I would say until you're at floor 151, you don't really care about the bags that much. They don't give you good loot. When you're at 151, I would say even on a solo run, it's kind of something to keep in mind. That it's probably a good idea to use your intuitions and get them if they're not too much out of the way. Well, look, that's a rare monster. The Spare Shaking Adventurer. These don't really do anything that you care about, just when you're trying to clear. The only thing that's kind of fun to know is that these guys, the unique monsters, they cannot be used, they cannot be witched. You cannot use a witching to kill it. It will be immune. Other than that, it's just basically, it just auto attacks. There's nothing else. So we have a free F1s inside that chest. We're going to use that. F1s makes it so that next floor, you're going to have... Let me make sure I remember. You're going to have... Yeah, you're going to have 2 to 3 extra chests when using F1s. So I use this. It means I'm going to have 2 to 3 more chests. These can be gold chests, these can be bronze, these can be silver. There's no like, it doesn't favor any color. All it does is it adds 2 to 3 more chests. There we have a free loss. We can just use it to slightly speed up these guys. It's a good... These lower floors is a good time to start getting used to Pommanders. Because when you start getting to the high floors, then it's less... it's going to be more important for you to like make sure you use your Pommanders well. Hey, you learned something new already? I'm glad. That's kind of advanced knowledge, maybe to know like exactly how many chests affluence add. But it's nice to know, right? Because there's some people who like they feel like affluence has sometimes no effect. And they feel like affluence is almost like a placebo commander, but no, it adds like it's calculated, like it's a known number. It adds 2 to 3 chests. Now, if the game decides that it makes these chest silvers, well, that sucks. But you know, you still play the odds on as much as you could. So these marbles, they do nothing very dangerous, though. Like when they do the cone attack, you really want to make sure you're not inside of that, because that will put like 6 debuffs on you, and it will like it will basically, you're gonna be like stunned, silenced, less defense, less attack, poison, everything. Yo, yeah. I did briefly mention that. Of course, you don't want to be inside the AoEs, but like this, specifically this AoE, Brackish Drop, does like way more damage than everything else on the set. So that's like if you were going to be stepping inside of AoEs, well, you at least don't step inside this one. Like this one really hurts. Though you don't really have a reason to be standing inside of AoEs in PotD, because you're very rarely in a case where it's impossible to step outside of something. And it's a muscle memory you should build up for the higher floors anyway, because once you start making it to the high floors, and most AoEs will either one-shot you or put a very bad debuff on you that makes you die. Like some AoEs, they will freeze you, for example. Hey, what's up, Dorito? You're climbing on Warrior 2? Well, I hope this is helpful to you. It's doing good so far. We've only made it 18 floors, but I feel like we've thought about a lot of important things already. So we keep killing the monsters, like I said. We don't want to be under level. And it just makes our life easier. It saves our potions as well. The boss of this set has 2 ways to be done. There's one way that's very fast and will cost you a lot. There's one way that's, well, basically just doing it normally. I wish I could show you both, but I can't, because, well, I don't want to... I can't really, like, die and reset the fight, you know? I'm gonna decide which one I show you. But just for reference, it's possible the next boss, it's possible to kill it if you use a Lost, and just a Lost, and you just spam the attack of the Lost, or you can do the boss normally and learn its mechanics. I think it's probably better to do the boss normally and learn its mechanics. But just keep in mind that you can kill the boss within one Lost, as long as you're not under level. Talking of Lost though, so what I recommend you do, I recommend that whenever you're at 3 Lost, you just lost the boss that you're about to fight, because there's not, like, you don't need to for time, but it's like you're gonna be finding a ton of Lost anyway, and you're not gonna be using your Lost for much outside of the bosses, so there's not really any reason not to use it against the boss. What you want to do when you lost is you want to attack until there's 5 bone stacks on the boss, and then you are going to right-click your transformation buff to make sure that you exit the Lost. So when we go into the boss, you can use a Steel or a Strength if you want. Usually I just kind of roll with whatever I'm rolling. So if you have 3 Lost, use 1. Start casting. Make sure you get off 5 casts. You can get off more if you want. Well, let's get off just 5. So this guy, he opens with a Tank Buster. Then he does a Niwi on himself. Then he's going to do a Niwi on me. After that, he's going to do a room-wide AoE that you cannot avoid. After this, he's going to do 3 targeted line AoEs on you. But he's also going to spawn 2 Hornets. You want to kill them. If you leave them alive, after he's casted 3 AoEs on you, so that one is the second one. After the third one, well, I will show you what happens actually. So this is the third one. Let's say I don't kill the bee in time. It's going to start casting Final Stain. This. That's, if you remember, that's the move in the first 10 floors that does like a lot of your HP. So that's why you want to make sure you kill the bees before. Or the boss. You can also just kill the boss before. And now we go. You're climbing on Warrior. You've been trying to score, pulling entire floors. So yeah, from 1 to 100 for scoring, you want to be doing all the floors in 30 minutes, under 30 minutes, killing everything. I would say once you're like above 100, just kill everything and spend 1 hour in each floor. Don't spend 30 minutes. If you try to do it in 30 minutes, you're gonna be avoiding too many monsters, and it's gonna end up being less points than if you had just spent an entire hour killing everything. Next set, let's go over the monsters real quick. So 21 to 30. Dulaan is a patrol, does nothing interesting. The Puck does nothing interesting. The Drake does... He's gonna do a move on himself that gives him some kind of armor that reflects damage. But it's an insignificant amount of damage, so it should not matter. It might matter if you're doing a big AoE pull and you had multiple of them, but you should not be doing AoE pulls. The Turtle does nothing. It does do a telegraph that's very big on the floor under itself, but it doesn't do that much damage. So, and anyway, you have plenty of time to step outside. The Beast does nothing. The Wyvern can hurt if you are pulling multiple. Other than that, it does nothing. The Minotaur is gonna do a AoE. He's going to do an AoE on himself, untelegraphed, point blank AoE on himself. After I don't know, after 10 seconds in combat. So you gotta make sure you step away or stun it. if you don't step away, it's gonna do a good amount of damage and it's gonna knock you back. So there's a risk you would like be knocked back into traps. Spriggan does nothing. Centaur does nothing. Effigy does nothing. The Scatine is going to be in combat with you, and then after around 10 seconds, he's gonna do a sleep on you. It's not really dangerous. He's gonna wake you up basically after he does a sleep, but it could be dangerous if you're doing a big pull with multiple monsters. The Marolet does nothing. The unique monsters do nothing. Okay, something important on this set though, the Mimic on this set, for the first 3 floors, the Mimics are extremely high level compared to you. So if you get a Mimic on the first 3 floors, I would actually recommend you Strength Steel and just fight it, like you focus to fight it, because it's going to do a lot of damage. And that's it for this set. So let's just get into it. So that is the third set. I would say if you're underleveled, if you did not kill everything, that is the first set where you would like start to feel it a lot. So I have a treasure room in the way right there. I might as well show you something you can do. But it's no. I was this is not a score run. This is a kill run. So we're just gonna kill the monsters and respect the content. But what you could have done, you could have simply ran into there with a witch chain and killed all the monsters at the same time. But we don't really need to do that. I think it's better if you keep your witch chains for actual emergencies. Another thing, when you're starting a set, if you have 3 strength, it's always safe to use a strength if you want to speed this up a little bit. Like if you have 3 strength when you're starting a set, you're not going to like you're not gonna not find a strength, and if you do, that's very unlucky. So it rarely happens. So it's if you just want to speed this up, just use a strength when you start. You can even use a steel if you want. Thanks for the follow, Kumago. Appreciate it. So again, we're pulling all the monsters in the hallway. We don't want to be fighting inside. So that's the big area I was talking about, by the way. Plenty of time to step out of it. The first 3 sets are they take longer than the next sets, as funny as it is. Since you're trying to kill everything, it just ends up taking more time. Hey, thanks for the sub, Jeb. I appreciate it. 2nd month for you. Very nice. Thank you very much. So you can see right now we're dropping high potions from the chest and the monsters. That means we can use high potion. We can upgrade. And honestly, since we're a tank, we could probably upgrade even further, but like for the time being, I think it's easier to remember to just use the potion that drops. It's just less thing to think about, so we just do that. The reason you want to change your potions, by the way, is because basically the lower level ones give you less health, less maximum health, but they heal a bigger percentage. And then the higher you go, the more the max health increase, but the percentage decrease. That's why. This guy, this is the thing I was talking about, soldering scales. It reflects damage when you attack it, but when you're killing it 1v1, it doesn't matter. It's only if you're doing a big pull, or if you accidentally pull multiple. So I'm going to stay inside of this just to show you what it does. It just does damage. It does a good amount of damage, so you don't want to be stepping inside of that if possible. So definitely up to the point where you, I would say until you're level 56, you don't do AoE pulls. Just don't be risky. Just take it slow. once we unlock around tuition level 56, I'm going to actually start doing AoE pulls. I'm going to show how you do them. Technically, AoE pulls are not required. Like I said, you don't need to do them, but they do speed up the early floors a lot. So I don't think it's a bad idea to like do them. Like even if you do just a couple of monsters now and then, it's a good idea to do. It's gonna save you time in the long run. It's gonna save you time and it's not that risky. Okay, I think our level is starting to be okay. Like, when we're like, I don't know, like 3 to 5 level above the monsters, usually the level is kind of good. So I think we can go now. Another thing I want to briefly mention, I think a mistake, I briefly mentioned it earlier, a mistake people do is that they keep all their commanders at 3 for too long. You don't need to do that. Like, especially on this floor, you're going to find everything that you need, like by the time you need it. Like, you're gonna find it 5 times, so it's perfectly fine to be using commanders there. So like, let's say for example, I'm looking at my commanders, I'm like damn, I wish I had more weight chains, because like, I don't know, it's making me stressed to not have a lot of weight chains. I can use an affluence. Like, I don't need to wait to be on floor 160 something to use my affluence, you know. I can just use my affluence now. Hell, I can even like, maybe I'm like, okay, I want to be fighting less monsters, so like I could use a flight as well. You know, I might as well use one, you know? Like, I will find all of these things back, so there's no reason for me to like not use my commanders. In fact, I would almost encourage you to use them a little bit, so you get used to their effects, while it doesn't matter. So like this floor, I affluence, which means there's 2 to 3 more chests, and I flighted. What flight does, it will reduce the amount of monsters by 50%, and it will also reduce the amount of kills you need to go to the next floor by 50%. It kind of works nicely with affluence because it means there's going to be less monsters on the floor but more chests. It means that to get to the chest, I'm going to have to go through less monsters. It's a good combo to use. What's up, Scholar? What's up? How are you today? And that's the first rage we find. Oh, I did say these guys do nothing, but they do have an interesting spell that I should mention. I will show it next time I fight one. So these guys do a gaze that I believe it petrifies you, but they do it like it's like a cone. But if you're facing away, it doesn't like petrify you, right? It's like a weird. It's a cone, but really it's a gaze. It's not really a cone, you know. But basically, what I mean by this is, when you're fighting one of these guys, you don't need to look away if you're outside the cone. So by the way, I'm trying to mention everything that comes to my mind, especially like the basic things. It's possible I'm doing things that I don't realize I should explain. If you do think I'm doing something that I should clarify, make sure to tell me so I can explain it. But I'm trying to explain like the most basic stuff. Make sure I don't miss anything. Yeah, the bronze chest. You might be wondering why I care about the bronze chest, because they only give you potions. It's because bronze chests, they can give you this, the Dielmoran Potsherd, which is very important because for every Dielmoran Potsherd you find, you will get 20 sustaining potions. And these are like a potion that regens your HP over 15 seconds, and they have a 15-second cooldown. It means you can keep them rolling infinitely, but like it's a consumable, right? So you need to farm them. And you can only get the potsherds from bronze chests and certain bosses, so it's why we're checking bronze chests as we come upon them. It's very rare to find a potsherd below floor 100 in the bronze chest, but there's still a small chance, so... By the way, you might have heard that the monsters they have like, you know, like they aggro on you on different like some of them will aggro if you run, some of them will aggro if they see you, some of them will aggro if you're close. All that doesn't matter until much higher. So I'm not going to be covering that until we're like, you know, well above 100. But this is not really something that matters this low. Since the monsters are very easy, you have no reason to be trying to dodge them. In fact, I would encourage you to not try to navigate around them, because like it's probably the way you would die. Like, you know, like you're trying to get around a monster and then it turns around and it sees you anyway, and then you panic and you hit a trap or something. So on these lower floors, it's just better to kill everything on your way. Now maybe you could practice doing it, you know, like you could practice dodging, you know, like vision, like, you know, like navigating around the monsters. But if you want to practice this, start a run on 451 and like just do it there. You know, like you don't need to practice this on a natural run until you're higher. You can just start another save at 451. You know, the 51 to 60 stretch that everyone farms. Start it solo, and then there practice, you know, running around the monsters and dodging them. This way you don't lose your run trying to do it. So we're still killing most of the monsters, but I would say now like we're starting to slack a little bit, because your level is going to like once you get to the end of this set, like your levels should start being okay, as long as you've killed most of the things before that. So this is the thing, the bronze swing. If you stay close to him, he's gonna nut you back and do a lot of damage like that. So make sure you are either away or stun. You can stun this guy. So stun is an extremely powerful tank tool that you're going to be using stun a lot. So make sure this is on your hotbar and like in a very easy to access keybind, because you're going to be using stun a lot. In PotD, this is different from Heaven on High, the other deep dungeon, but in PotD, most of the monsters can be stunned, which means there's a lot of monsters that you're able to stun for uptime or just like to help you survive. So the Weaver, these are the guys that I said they do nothing, except they can hurt a little bit more than the other monsters. So if you pull too many of them at the same time, it could get spicy, especially if you don't have a steal. Oh yeah, something I've not mentioned. I will mention it next time my provoke is up cooldown. By the way, this is a kind of pull that's going to happen to you. You're fighting something, and then another monster sees you. When that happens, simply, if that happens and you don't want to use a witching, or you have no witchings, or you don't think you need to use one, simply focus killing one monster and then kill the other. Like, don't try to do AoE damage. That is pointless. Just like keep doing single target on one damage while you're respecting the mechanics of the other one. And then once it dies, you know, you just kill the other one. But don't do AoE. Don't split your damage. Kill one. So I guess I'll try to explain like AoE pulls to speed up once we have Run Pushing, like I said. Like you could be doing AoE pulls right here. Like maybe I can just show it off, like just for showing it off, right? Like I could totally be doing pulls like that, just to speed things up. It's just I don't think it's something you want to do on a new player trying to clear before you have Run Pushing. Once you have Run Pushing, like sure you can go a little wild. Until then, only do things like that if you're comfortable doing dodging multiple AoEs without hitting a trap in a room, you know? Okay, we are gonna go after this turtle. I've not really mentioned either like the I did say that you need kills to open the key being like the little portal that brings you to the next floor, but I did not really mention like how many kills you need, like how do you know how many kills you're gonna need. But this is, again, this is not really things that matter until you're higher, so that's why I'm not talking about it yet. So there, right there is a calculated risk. I know that if I hit a trap, I'm not going to die against this guy, so it's why I'm willing to risk hitting a trap, because I'm moving inside the room while I'm fighting. But you know, as long as you know your limits, then this stuff you can do. Oh, we're getting Mega Potions, by the way, so we're going to be switching to Mega Potions now. There's a Miller. I'm going to show you what I meant with the stun. So when he starts casting the, I think it's called the swipe, the swing. This, you can step away. You can also just stun him like that to not get hit. Okay, I'm going to mention something I should have mentioned on the first set actually. So it's kind of you don't want to be pulling with provoke when you're doing you don't want to be pulling with provoke when you're doing raids, right? But it's not the same at all in deep dungeons. If you notice, provoke has a 25-yard pull range, and your range attack has a 20-yard. That means if a monster is especially far, You know, like this turtle, let's say I want to pull it, but I don't want to go too deep because I don't want to risk a trap. Like you can see my range pull is just out of range there. I can simply pull with my provoke there. Provoke is a very good way to pull the monster. It's also an OGCD, right? So it's your only OGCD pull that you have that is ranged. Hey, this day has been good. I was worried that I would have nothing to talk about on the early floors, but it's the opposite. I have too much to talk about, so it's going well. My voice is going to be a mess at the end of the day, man. You're gonna be talking for like 10 hours straight. Okay, let's go now. Do I need tea or something? Yeah, I'm probably gonna get a lot of drinks. A lot of stuff to drink. So by the way, silvers, like I said, provide no value if you have already 99 here. They can technically blow up, which damages monsters around you, but this is not really something you would be doing until much higher, so... Yep, or we're going all the way to 200 today. 1 to 200 tutorial run. So we pulled 2 monsters there. We know this one will stun, but we're killing this one. So we'll simply switch to it and stun it before it does the thing. Now I do not think that this run will fail, but if in the event that this run fails, what will happen is I will upload the floor 1 to floor 150 on YouTube as like a part 1, and then I would do the tutorial run for 151 plus like again, and then I would upload this part. So it would be like 2 different runs, but that's only if we fail. I personally, I don't expect to fail unless something incredibly stupid happens, or like the most unlucky run you've ever seen. I think this would be a good floor to shoot the traps, actually, because there's probably a good chance we're gonna see all the traps there. So as a reminder, each room can have 0 to 1 trap, except the spawn room, the room you spawn inside that has a little flag. This room has always 0 traps. So for example, this room I'm in right now, it just so happens that it adds 0 traps inside of it. There's no way you could have known unless you use a sight, like I did. So this room there has 1 trap inside. So there's only 1 trap in the there can only be a maximum of 1 trap in each room. So I know this is the only trap, and in fact if I was kind of running around randomly and I hit a trap by accident, let's say I hit that trap by accident while I was running, then I would know that this room no longer had any traps and it would be safe to kite inside of it. So this trap is not very important to remember its symbol, but this one is probably the easiest one to remember because it looks like a toad, and it will transform you in a toad when you step on it. So what does it do when you're transformed inside as a toad? It's basically 20 seconds where you cannot use anything, and you have reduced HP. I believe it's like it reduces it by 30% or something. So this is a really bad trap to hit if you're fighting a monster with low health already, or you're fighting multiple monsters. Yeah, it removes about, I don't know, like 30 to 40% of your health. So this one is the silence trap. It has a, you know, like the Illuminati eye, which is why I remember. If I step on this, I cannot use weapon skills or spells for 30 seconds. It will also hit monsters, by the way. So like this guy, this is a good example actually. This guy usually spams a cast. Oh, I'm going to show you by pulling two of them. So you're going to see the difference between the two of them. This one is going to be casting a spell on me non-stop. This one cannot cast Blizzard, so he's just staring at me. So technically you can use a silence trap to like help you against monsters, but I would say it's almost never useful. Like it's 99% of the time you want to avoid the silence trap. Very little value of stepping on that trap. The toad trap is a 0% value. You never want to be stepping on the toad trap ever for no reason. Hey, cute girl. Yeah, Viera gang. I went bunny for a little bit. I don't know how long. You like my bunny? Wow, the lighting is shit there. Fantasia 8. Yeah, you know it. So this is another toad trap. Like I said, this trap provides no value, so you don't want to be stepping on that error. It does not, because a lot of the traps, they will do like some kind of AoE that hits everything, but the toad trap, it only affects you. Like if I step on a toad trap, it's not going to transform the monsters in toads. Yeah, and on the previous set, if you stepped on this trap, this is the trap that if you step on that, the snake was gonna one-shot you. So that is a very bad trap. Now, unfortunately, we did not see all the traps on this floor. So I'm probably going to cite maybe the next one again if it's a big floor. Just so I can try and show them all in the same like in the same stretch of time, I guess. So this is a reason Tang is really good, right? Like you can see how little damage I'm taking from these monsters. Even though I had two of them on me with no steel, it's still like no issue at all to be tanky. This is kind of like sure it's the lower floors, but this is kind of like how it's going to be the entire run. Like you just eat very little damage compared to DPS jobs. Well, I should say compared to Machinist, which is the other really good job. Because Warrior is kind of like on the top of the mountain with Machinist. Both of them are like excellent. Okay, I'm gonna slide again. Try and find the traps I was talking about. So this one is the landmine. I'm going to show you briefly what I mean with the landmine. I will use a weight change so it's safe. So the landmine, what it does, it will do like everyone's around me HP. It will do my HP and the monsters around me HP. It does the current HP. So what you can do is you can step on that and it's going to do the damage to everyone around you, and then you can kill the monsters very fast. Now that's not something that you're gonna do until you're on the higher floors, but I just wanted to show it off now since we had the opportunity. So this is a luring trap. I would say arguably the most dangerous trap. This one is kind of good to remember. I would say there's two traps you want to remember what they look like. Landmine, the one we just did, and this one, the luring trap. Easier way to remember this one is that it's the only trap that looks like an arrow, right? It looks like it's pointy. The reason for that is because it's a dangerous trap, the most dangerous trap. So it's why it looks like, you know, it looks like it would pierce you with its pointy tip. That's the way I remember this trap. When you step on this, 3 monsters will spawn in the room you're in. They will all be aggroed on you. This is very important. They will all be aggroed on you, but they will not be moving for the first like 3 seconds. But you're gonna see, as soon as I step on that, 3 monsters will spawn. All of them will be aggroed on me even if I run away, but they will only start moving after 3 seconds. So 1, 2, 3. Now they're gonna move to me. And now I have to deal with them. If you step on a luring trap, you must deal with the monsters. You cannot like run away from them. They will pull. When you're doing a dangerous pull, like when you have multiple monsters, almost always single target one of them. Like don't AoE. I recommend you just pick one of them, probably the most dangerous one, and just use your single target kit to kill it as quickly as possible. It's like technically you're gaining more potency out of doing AoEs, but the issue if you're doing AoEs there is that you're going to be dealing with 3 monsters for longer. So it's better to just take the small potency loss, kill them one by one. Thanks for the follow, .n. I appreciate it. Did I see the VOD for 6.2 Machinist by Fanya? Is it? I heard that you kill Behemoth faster now or something like that with the turret. Was that it? Yeah, you can link it in my chat. I don't mind. So this is the silence trap again, because it has the Illuminati eye in the middle of it. So this room has no traps inside of it. And it was by pure luck. It just so happened that this room had no traps. And it's always between 0 to 1 trap. This room also has no trap. But I believe at this point we showed off every trap. No, we still have not showed off one. There's one we did not show off. But I would say the last trap is the least important trap to show. So I'm probably gonna side the next floor again just so I can maybe find it. Oh yeah, okay, I'll side again. Since I keep finding sights and chests anyway. We're taking our sweet time on this set, by the way. Like, if you were doing this solo, even if you were trying to kill every monster, you would be out of there like way faster than I am. It's because I'm taking a lot of time explaining everything. Took a lot of time on the traps as well, but it's fine. This is probably the last long set. After that, we're gonna be speeding up a little bit. Because after that, we're gonna start getting access to run cushion, plus we're gonna start getting max level. Which means we're gonna have to kill the bare minimum on each floor. Yeah, the way I read it, when I read the changes for Machinist, it sounded like a nerf to me because it's like you were doing the same damage if you did it when it's full, but then you were doing less damage if you did it when it's not full. So you kind of lost that flexibility, if I understood right. Okay, I think that's the first debuff we get that's bad. So no item is the most, well, one of the most annoying debuffs. If you get no item, you can no longer use commanders, excluding Serenity, which removes buffs. And you can also no longer use your potions. So that's something to keep in mind. Dying on the floor where you can't use your item is probably one top 5 ways to die until... no, I would say it's top 5 ways to die for the entire run, right? So that's something you have to keep in mind. Mostly what it means for us on these lower floors is it means that we want to make sure we're killing only one monster at a time, and we don't want to be hitting a bad trap at a bad time. We're gonna be make sure we're killing everything inside the hallways there. Now, though, something I would like to mention, if you were not comfortable doing this no item floor, because I don't know, maybe there's also gloom with it, or like it's just very bad monsters, you could use a Serenity there because you're gonna find that Serenity back way before you need it. So it would be fine using a Serenity there. Absolutely no problem. On what side of the floor do you want to start? Do you want to start keeping your Serenities? I would say once you make it to floor... Oh, so that's an example. There was a trap on the wall there. So if I went there while I was fighting the monster, I could have been in trouble. Now, luckily, we are like not fighting the monster, so we're fine. So I would say you want to start keeping your... Not even just your Serenities, but I would say you want to start keeping your commanders at 3. As soon as you zone into floor 141. As soon as you start floor 141, then I would try to keep your stuff at 3, excluding loss and strength. Loss and strength, you can still use them and keep them at 2. Everything else, you can keep it at 3, starting from 141. Up to this point, you can use... Honestly, you can put your commanders at 0. Like, you will almost always find everything back. Okay, let's go now, because our level is actually pretty good. You don't need to care too much about XP anymore. So we have a free strength for the boss also, that's really good. I'm gonna use the side again, see if I can show off the last mine I was missing. So that's a landmine. A landmine, easy to remember. Only trap that is like symmetrical in 4 ways. It's the prettiest trap. It's just a square. So I can show you, by the way. So this trap, like I said, does around 70 to 80% of your current health. That means that if let's say I bring this monster there, and I made this monster really low. So like this monster is below 50%, right? If I step on the trap, look, it only did like a little bit of its HP because it will never kill. Landmine can never kill, it can only do current percent HP. If you die because you step on a landmine, it's because you did not die to a landmine, you died to a monster who auto-attacked you like right after. But you cannot die to a landmine. It's impossible. Another landmine there. So like I said, you can just use it, kill the monsters very fast. Though you have no reason to be doing this until you're on the higher floors. I'm just trying to show it up. And this one is the toad trap because it looks like a toad. Unfortunately, there's still one trap type that we did not see, but it's fine. We'll see it later. Boss time. So we have a strength for the boss. That's good. If you had no strength, you could use a strength of your own things. In fact, as long as your palms are at 3, you can really use anything you want, all the way to 141. So we're even gonna use a steel there. Technically, we have two loss. So according to my recommendations, we should not lose. But this low, we can afford to lose. It's not really a big deal. So we're gonna lose just to speed this up. Because this tends to be a pretty long fight, so this guy he does a bunch of tank busters. Other than that, he will do 4 puddles. He'll do fire, ice, fire, ice. You just want to step out of him. Then he's going to take a short break, and then he's going to do fire, ice again. After the 4th puddle he drops, which is going to be the ice that's coming there, you want to run into the middle, because he's going to run into the middle, and he's going to do a thing called within fair itself. And this is a thing that's going to fair you if you're not inside his circle hitbox. Like that. By the way, these bosses are like pretty easy. Like, you could totally not respect the mechanics, but it's good to like learn them there, because all these bosses have harder versions higher up, so which do the same mechanics. There he did fire, ice. Now he's gonna do a tank buster and just attack me for a little bit. Now he's gonna do fire again. Now he's going to do ice again, which is the 4th puddle on this rotation. 4th puddle means he's gonna run middle. We run with him. And it just resumes over and over. So he's gonna do fire, ice, little braid, fire, ice, run middle. He's gonna do fire now. Oh, I killed it before. All right, I'm gonna take a small 2-minute break, just something to drink, then we'll resume. Keep going. Going to floor 31, which is the last floor where we're gonna care about HP. After that's gonna be zooming way more. So be right back. Should not be long. I'm back. Sorry. You lost every boss on text, you don't fall asleep. Well, I feel that. I feel that. Alright. Just let me remove this. Oh yeah. Next set is 3140. I don't think there's many monsters that are interesting there. The Moji does nothing. The Ekpai does nothing. The Order does a big AoE that can like kind of be annoying, but it doesn't do much damage. Succubus does mostly nothing, but you have to watch out because she has one of her AoEs is called Dark Mist, and if you get hit by that, you're gonna get terrified, which is like a hard CC for a very long time. Mummy does nothing except its cone I know will stun you, so make sure you're not inside. Nightmare High does nothing. The Kato Plebas does not do much either. I think he has a gaze mechanic, but that's it. The Tahat does nothing. The Monk, okay, this guy, you have to be careful. If you're fighting him alone, usually it's fine. If you're fighting multiple monsters and one of them is a Monk, he does a big join effect after like 15 seconds in combat or so. So it can very easily like, well, it's like the toes on the 11 to 20 can like make you hit traps or make you step inside of AoEs. The Troubadour does nothing. The Gourmand kind of hurts, so just make sure you don't have too many monsters when you're fighting one. The Haganti kind of hurt also. And the Rare Monster does nothing interesting, and the Mimic also does nothing. So that's it. So yeah, there's nothing that interesting on this set. This is mostly... On this set, we mostly care about HP. We want to be level 60 when we go on the boss, but that's it. So this is this set. I would say personally, from my experience, this set tends to be annoying with traps. So it's perfectly fine if you want to be using safeties and stuff like that. So like, let's say I'm gonna use a steal there, sorry, a safety there, just because I want to make sure I can check the chest without too much issue. And then like, damn, like you see I pull all these monsters on me, so I'm like, okay, what do I do now? I don't want to panic, right? So I'm gonna be okay, I'm gonna use a steal, I'm gonna use a strength, I might as well. And then I might as well Witch Chain. Now this is made much easier by the fact that I use a safety there, so I don't have to like worry about hitting a trap inside the rooms. I'm trying to balance it because I don't want to be playing in a degenerate way that like, you know, that it's... I don't want to be playing on a degenerate and then it kind of ends up being useless for people trying to learn. But I also don't want to play too safe, right? Like, because something I really want people to get into their head is that you can use commanders this low. Like, you don't need to keep your commanders yet. Like, you will get them back. So it's fine to use your commanders, and I heavily encourage you to use your commanders just so you get the feel for it. Like you can use anything. Like I might even use a rage, you know, like it's still low enough where you can use the stuff that you want. Because I don't want people to be put in bad situations on these sets and then they just die instead of using like a Witch Chain or something, you know. Which is like this, because it's such a common issue that I see is people trying to save their commanders, which is fine, but it's not fine when you're trying to save your commanders on like floor 31. Like, you don't need to save your commanders there. Should you be using them? So, you know, we have for example, we have 3 F1s, we have no witch chains. I'm like, okay, maybe I'd like to find a witch chain. I'm just gonna use an F1. No big deal. This is the point of your commanders. Even if you're not doing scroll runs or like complicated things, it's still good to use them. This debuff is the most, like, how to say, it's like they wrote that debuff in such a way that like is such misleading, because this debuff actually makes it so your rage will not work. Rage is a commander that when you use it, you transform into a Manticore and then you one-shot all the monsters. But if you have no knockback, you don't one-shot the monsters anymore, so that means you cannot rage. That's just something to keep in mind. So there we found another safety. Might as well use one, you know, like just so we don't have to deal with the traps on some of the floors. It's perfectly fine. And you know, like, now that we remove the traps, maybe we can be a little riskier and like we can do like a couple of monsters, of course, because we do have strength still. And we, you know, like, we just play like a tank. We use your defensive, use AoEs. That's small things that is good to, like, it's good to like get comfortable doing things like that, just to like make you a better player, I guess. Oh, by the way, we're dropping X potion now, so we're gonna upgrade to X potion. So I heard debuffs there. You can earn the debuffs before. So, you know, okay, like, this is a blind. So, and maybe I'm like, okay, sure, the blind kind of sucks, but I don't really want to do the blind, you know, and risk hitting a trap. So I'm just going to sight. I'm going to use a sight there. And there now, you know, well, I probably would have stepped on that. Would have wasted my time. Generally, like, if your commanders are at 3 and you're still below, like, floor 140, it's fine to use your commanders, just for convenience. I did say that doing landmine stuff, like doing stuff with the landmines, is not necessary this slow. On the other hand, it's kind of a good, it's maybe not a bad idea to get used to it. It's not a bad idea to like get used to the feeling of, you know, stepping on the landmine when you're still on the lower floors. Because like now on these lower floors, the risk of dying to that is very low. So, you know, like the most easy way to set up a landmine is wait for the monster to be doing no damage to you. So like, for example, now would be a good time to step on a landmine. But you can also just wait the auto attacks. Like, I'm gonna wait for him to attack me, and then I step, you know? Just to make sure that I don't get auto attack at the same time as the landmine explodes. And that's just stuff you can get used to on these lower floors. It gives you something to do. It gives you a reason to use your commanders, get comfortable using your commanders. Because that's the thing, okay? With a tank, with warrior, you're going to have an easy time fighting monsters like individually, but you're going to have to make up for that by being good at using your commanders. That's the drawback. Like, you don't have to be as good fighting monsters, but you're gonna have to be better than the machinist at using your commanders effectively. So that I guess that's kind of like the main thing we're gonna learn on this tutorial run. On the machinist, this is less true because I mean it's still very useful to use your commanders effectively, but it's less useful because like you do so much damage on machinist that like you're not really gonna be running into time issues even if you don't use your commanders effectively, but you're gonna be relying on like serenities and steel like crazy. On warrior we don't rely on any commander, but like we need to use all of them. Okay, but like we're not gonna lose on warrior because we run out of steals, you know, like this is not how it is on warrior. We're gonna lose because we run out of everything or because we die, but then dying is much harder than dying on machinist. So what's probably gonna happen on warrior is that you're going to die because you run out of everything, like because now you just like don't have enough time to complete the set. So this AoE is really big. It does not a lot of damage, but it's really big. So it's usually better to get hit by it than like trying to dodge it inside a room and hitting a trap. Hey, Felty, finally. The big button. So we're getting raw intuition in 2 levels, by the way. Raw intuition is kind of like is the reason that I put warrior above Dark Knight and other tanks. Because raw intuition provides a lot of healing compared to the other tanks. We're getting mega potions now, so we're gonna upgrade to... Oh no, wait, we're getting... Oh, sorry, we're getting X potions, but also mega potions. So we're still using X potions, because X are better. Never mind. So we have a free loss there. We can get a little more comfortable, maybe do it on 3 monsters. Use my defensives, then use my lost. Make sure that because my defensives will stay up while I'm inside my lost. And I can use that lost to speed this up a little bit. That's another bad thing to do, get used to using lost. Like, this is not dangerous at all. Like, I lost like what? I lost, like 4% of my health by using defensives. I did not use a potion. That was just my defensives. We even have another loss there. Yeah, we can just use it there. Just to get used to the transformation. By the way, like I said earlier, when you want to finish the transformation, I don't want to be stuck as a succubus for 60 seconds. I just right click this. You're gonna get a buff called Transfiguration. You just right click it and it's gonna remove it. And we have a free strain, very nice. This long cast, by the way, they do something called Eye on Me. it's just normal damage. It's not. It sounds scary, but it just does damage. So, like I said, this guy was gonna suck you in. If I step away, he's gonna bring me back. It's only really dangerous if I'm inside a room, so I could hit a trap or fighting multiple monsters. And like the Toad, you can arm's length this. So, if you're fighting multiple monsters, it's not a bad idea to arm's length. So like I said, we kind of want to be hitting level 60 before we kill the boss there. Also, you can stun the sucker thing that he's gonna do if you want, but you can stun all the monsters, so that kind of applies to everything. I'm gonna show up the arm's length. So if I arm's length, it's not gonna suck me in. Might as well use that. This is Toad, because it looks like a Toad. Purity. So when you're fighting a mimic, there's a thing you have to interrupt called what was it called again? It's called malice, I think. It's called infatuation or malice, depending on Even Eye or PotD. I don't remember which one it is there. But if you don't interrupt it, it's gonna put a debuff on you for 10 minutes. That does damage to you and cuts your healing, and Purity removes that debuff. So this is not a very important commander on tank, because odds are if you got the debuff on you, it's because you just forgot to interrupt. So this guy hurts if you are pulling multiple monsters, or if you step on a trap, he can be dangerous too. So it's probably better to kill him away from everything. And there we go, Orientation. This is this button is the reason we're playing Warrior. So what Orientation does is very simple. It reduces damage by 10% for 6 seconds. Also makes it so your GCD heal you for we can use an alteration. So I'm gonna show you what an alteration does as well. Alteration is the kind of commander. It's like affluence in the sense that it affects the next floor. Doesn't affect your floor you're on right now. And I will explain to you what it does next floor. So yeah, Orientation, like, basically would heal you. It will heal you for 400 potency every time you do a weapon steal while it's active. That is 3 weapon steals. So for 3 weapon steals, you're gonna get a 400 potency heal. Which, basically, you're healing with this, you're healing as much as Orientation, but every 25 seconds. Which is why it's so good. And this, okay, and another important thing, this scales with AoE, which means if you're doing a 3-man AoE pull, it's gonna be 400 times 3 times 3, right? So it's gonna be like even crazier. I have another alteration there, might as well use it. So what alteration does, it will make it so that on the next floor, one of the rooms, randomly chosen, will have all its monsters removed, and instead it will put mimics or Corrigians in it. So mimics, you know what they do? They just like a very tanky monster that puts the debuff on you if you don't interrupt it. What Corrigans do though is that they're a monster that is killed in one shot. So that means you have 50% chance to get mimics, which are on tank is still better than normal monsters because you can interrupt their main drawback, but also because they have an increased drop rate of chest. So it's always a benefit. Or you get Corrigans, which you can kill in one shot, which means like it's gonna speed up the floor a lot. But they also drop an increased. They also have an increased drop rate of chest, so it's a win-win. On tank, alteration is always a win, pretty much. It's always better than not using it. What do I even get at level 60 on Warrior? I don't remember. What is your level 60 skill? We did get Guardians. By the way, we call them Guardians. They're actually called Pygmaois, but like everyone calls them Guardians. So these guys die in one shot. Like you do anything on them, they will die instantly. And they have an increased drop rate of chest. So even if you provoke, you will die. So literally any spell. Nice chest. Nice floating chest. Oh, you're right. The 60 skill is Decimate. Yeah, it's your increased AoE, right? Yeah. Oh, so I had a lure in there. What do I do? Well, first I checked what monsters I got. I could use a Witchin if I had one that was very stressed. I could use a Steel. Let's say, okay, I want to be this. I want this to be as safe as possible. I don't know what spawn. I don't know the monsters well. I'm just gonna Steal. Then we're gonna kill the monsters one by one. If I need to be healed there, I press Raw Intuition. I do an AoE. And look how much it's healing me. That's for each AoE, right? So you can see how hard it is to die on this job. As long as you're like not stepping on traps, you really should not be dying until much higher floors. Just whatever you do, if you step... Oh, sorry, I hit my mic there. Whatever you do, if you step on the bat trap, just don't panic. Like, just... And don't panic and don't hesitate. Like, if you feel like you have to use a Witching, use a Witching. If you feel like you have to use a Steel, use a Steel. Like, don't try to think about it for 10 seconds. Because that's almost always how people die. Like, they spend too long thinking about it. And then they'll use, like, their Witching. But, like, they're already at 20% health by this point. And then they just die, like, during the Witching animation. So just use something, whatever. Like, even if you use something and you waste it, it doesn't even matter. Like, just use something. You're gonna be feel way less stupid if you use something and waste it and survive than if you don't use something and lose your run. You know, like it's just it's not even comfortable. Like, for example, I use a Steel there. Did I need to use a Steel? No. So like I did waste a Steel, but like it's better to waste one Pomander than it is to lose the run because you miscalculated or like you don't know the monster as well. Now, of course, we're on floor 38, so, you know, of course, on floor 38, it's not the same pressure as on floor 100 something, but still. It's good to practice these kind of habits when you're low. In fact, if I was doing a scoring one, I would be happy to step on the... I would have been happy to step on the luring trap. So it's a different mindset. We got a free fly, we're gonna use it. So we should be around level 59, maybe 60 on the boss. That's perfect. As long as you're above like 58, it's fine. So like these sets were all very easy because we were not under level. If you do these sets while killing the bare minimum, you're gonna get very under level. It's gonna make the monsters like way more scary than they should be. So we have Corrigan again. I can see the little thing there. Oh, so we pulled 2 monsters by accident there. We're just gonna use our defensives and we should be fine. That's another thing people tend to forget when they're playing tank in Deep Dungeon. You have you have defensives. Like, you should be using these defensives. Whenever you're fighting something that's a little tough, just use a defensive. And we should be level 59. Perfect. I'm risking a trap there because I'm lazy and it doesn't matter if I hit one. So this boss is very easy. You can kill this boss very quick. So quick that you don't really see the mechanics. I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna intentionally not strength, so I heal it more slowly, so I can show off the mechanics, just in case you would have to deal with them. But just for reference, if you have a strength running, you can lost this boss for 5 stacks, and then you will probably kill it before the mechanic. So I'm just going to lost 5 stacks. You got against this guy, you're gonna get ready to move after 3 casts, because he's gonna do a puddle under you. You can slide cast the last one. So he does 4 puddles. After that, he's gonna spawn 2 adds. And he's also going to start spamming random telegraphs at you. Just make sure you're not inside of them. You want to kill the adds. Just single target them. Don't try to AoE them. They're very annoying to gather up. So. So you want the ads to be dead for when this happens. This is a pretty hard hitting AoE that you cannot dodge. It will also CC you for 10 seconds. If the ads are still alive when this happens, they will cast another skill on you and they will hurt a lot. Oh, sorry, hit my mic again there. We're gonna do the same thing, kill the ads. And we're done. So that was the 4th set. This is the last set where we really care about XP. Starting from now, we're gonna be level 60, like, after the first floor thing, so we don't have to care about that anymore. So next set, I would say it's probably the first set where there's a risk you would die. A small risk. So let me show you there. So 41 to 50. The demon does not do anything. The gnat doesn't do anything. The manticore, he does a thing called Ripper Claw. That is like a frontal attack with no telegraph. You just want to make sure you're out of that. It will not one-shot you and it won't hurt too much, but you still want to be out of that. And the gargoyle doesn't do anything. The knight doesn't do anything. Though if you somehow kept one alive for very long, you would get an enrage that doubles its damage, but this should really not happen this low. The boot doesn't do anything, though if you keep it alive for too long, it's gonna put a paralyze on you, which by itself is not bad. But if you're doing multiple monsters at the same time, this paralyze can be very bad. So I would recommend you try not to multiple these guys. The Wraith is the most dangerous monster there. He's going to do a very big AoE called Scream. Very big, and if you're inside of that, it's gonna terror you for I think 10 seconds, which is a hard CC. So you really want to not be inside of that. If you're fighting one and it starts casting it, it's probably the best way to handle it is probably to stun it. Otherwise, you're gonna have to run really far. Hellhound does nothing. Bloodguard does nothing. Persona is like the boot; it does a paralyze, so you try to fight it alone. The dragon doesn't do anything, though it has a lot of HP and it's pretty big, so this is a kind of monster you don't want to be doing in AoE pulls also. Gravekeeper does nothing. The rare doesn't matter. Mimic don't matter, and that's it. So this set is also a set where there's not much going on. Though there's a couple of monsters, like I said, that mostly the Wraith. The Wraith is like the thing that could kill you. Also, I would say, starting from now, it's probably a good idea to use food, just to have a little more HP. So if you were not aware, when you use food outside of the, well, inside or outside, the food buff carries over and it's gonna give you more health. I'm gonna show you when I'm inside. You want to be using like Shadowbringer food, I would say. So you have like a maximum vitality. So like right now I have 2200. If I eat food, I have 9100. So I almost gain 1000 HP. So food is pretty good. Also, like I said, since we're like since we're max level now, we're gonna care way less about killing monsters. So we're probably gonna kill the bare minimum. We're also gonna go. We're not gonna go out of our way too much for chests anymore, because we have plenty of time to get them. We're just gonna check all the chests on our way. I'm going to use a strain on the first floor to speed this up. Also, once you're level 60, just put super potions on your bar. Like, we're almost level 60, so I'm gonna do it now. But the thing is, super potions, you cannot find them in PotD. You can only find them in Heaven on High. So you will have to buy these potions before, or run Heaven on High yourself. And if you don't have them, well, it's fine. You're gonna use max potions instead. But on tank, I would really recommend you buy super potions because it's gonna give you it's gonna give you 50 more health, 50% more health than a max would. So definitely, like, you're losing a lot of free HP if you don't use super potion. They're not expensive. They're like 1,000 each. So. So damage down is simply a debuff that reduces your damage, but it doesn't even reduce it that much. I think it reduces it by like 10 to 15%. So it's honestly not that bad. So we have a free side there. I have a landmine. I have another landmine there, so I can maybe get comfortable doing a landmine thing. So I would just use raw intuition, kind of heal myself, step on it, like that. Thanks for the follow, Big Blue. I appreciate it. There's a very specific way to do landmine things when you have raw intuition, but to show this off, I need to be on the higher floors, because when you're on the lower floors, the monsters don't really do enough damage to show it off. So the key, now that I'm not killing everything anymore, we're gonna start caring about the kill more. So when this guy does his AoE, we'll step on the landmine. There. Like that. That's simple, just like that. Don't panic because your health is low, it's fine, right? Just like get a potion or something to heal you ready, and then as soon as you step on the landmine, use it. So yeah, now that we're not killing everything anymore, we're gonna start checking out the key. Basically, when the key is not bright blue, it means it's not open yet. It means it needs more monsters to kill, and that's kind of RNG. A floor will need between 4 to 13 monsters, with 4 being very rare and 13 being very rare. So it's usually, on average, the floor is gonna need 6 to 8 monsters to open. So we have a blind there. Blind makes it so... I don't even know the percentage, but it's like 10% of your attacks will miss. We also have a free fortune. I think that's the first one I use. Yes, so fortune, it's very simple. What fortune does, it increases the drop rate of all chests for all monsters by about 12%, plus 12%. So usually a monster, I believe, has a 2 to 3% chance to drop a chest. If you use a fortune, it becomes around 15% instead. This means, of course, that the best time to use a fortune is when you know you're about to kill a lot of monsters. Though in our case, we just got a free one, so we used it. So. Free steal, nice. This is a buff, actually. It boosts your HP and mana by, I think this gives you 15% HP and mana, so it's good. By the way, when you have a steal, you can pull a lot of monsters. Like I could easily pull the entire floor. I still want to like keep the pulls kind of low just to show you like more reasonable options. But this is not a bad idea to do pulls like that, just to speed things up. Get yourself used to like, you know, like a little harder gameplay. Because I'm gonna be honest, if you're just like 1v1ing, if you're just like killing the monsters 1v1 for like 154s, it's gonna get boring. So it's the way to like, you know, spice things up a little bit. I'm probably gonna be doing pulls like that for most of the floors are left until 140. You just want to make sure you don't step on a trap when you're doing that. So that's why you're gonna see me kind of like being in the hallway, pulling a few monsters and then killing them in the hallway. So these raids are like the thing that's dangerous on this set. What would probably happen if you died to one is that you were fighting something else, and then one of these guys snuck up behind you, and then you kind of like, but maybe not panic, but like you did not kill it fast enough, and then it would start casting its AoE, and then you would run into a trap while trying to dodge it. So this is the AoE. You don't want to be hit by this. You can interrupt it. You can also stun it, or you can run away. But if you run away, it's usually running away from it is the least desirable option. Usually you want to stun or interrupt. Because like I said, it's so big that it's probably going to make you run into a trap or a room and risk a trap. Like for example, let's say I'm fighting this raid there. When he starts casting the AoE, there's no way for me to not hit a trap. Like there's no way for me to be safe from a trap. Whichever direction I go to, I'm going into like trap territory. So it's why I prefer to stun. This is like tank privilege, right? Like we have a long stun on tank with a very short cooldown, 25. So use this. That's the reason it's there. So when you spawn inside a room and there's a lot of patrols coming, I recommend you rush to one side and you kill some of them as quickly as possible, just so you don't end up in a situation where you're like sandwiched between like a million patrols. Better to just kill one fast, and then you kind of like go from there. Oh, we got a mix. So yeah, when you open chest, it can be mixed. So we've seen that before. Now, unfortunately, I wasted my interrupt there, which means this thing, Infatuation, is gonna be cast on me because I can't interrupt it. But that's the debuff I was talking about. So this makes it so you can no longer regen HP, and you also have a dot on you, and that lasts 10 minutes. You cannot remove it with Esuna if you're a healer. You need to Purity to remove it. Like I said earlier, when we're at 3 Pomanders on these lower floors, we can use Pomander. So I'm just gonna remove it right away. I don't need to live with it. So it would be unnecessary to live with it. Now the key is open, so we just care about finding the key. Another mimic. Well, I can show off the interrupt on this one. When it starts casting Infatuation, you just interrupt, and that's it. And the cooldown of this is the same cooldown as your interrupt, so you can interrupt it over and over once you start fighting higher level mimics. So there was a trap very close to the wall there. By the way, the silence trap, it removes your weapon skills and spells, not your abilities. Abilities is basically OGCDs, so that means all my OGCDs, I can still access them. It's just my weapon skills I can't. And we have another strength. Very good. That's a treasure room. That means there's 4 chests. I can just kind of check the close ones and then go away. I don't need to actually kill everything there if I don't want to. Yes, I know I'm not explaining what happened there, but it's because I know me. But this is one of these guys that you can actually RP walk past him and he won't see you. So HP down is basically the opposite of HP up. It cuts, but it doesn't remove your mana. It only removes your HP. I believe it removes a good chunk actually. I think it removes like 15% or maybe even 20. No, so we had a lure in there. So we see what we got. So now I'm gonna decide. Okay, I don't need a witching to deal with that. I could steal if I think I need to steal. I don't think I need to, so I'm just going to kill them. So when my health starts getting low, run cushion, do AoEs to heal myself. Then we just kill them one by one. Also, I didn't mention it, but of course I'm rotating my defensives during this pull. Like, you're going to be stepping on traps. Like, as much as you try to avoid trap, it's unavoidable. You're gonna be stepping on traps sometimes, so you just gotta get used to it. Now this room, since I step on the trap there, this room is safe. This means this room I can actually move around. That's like the upside when you hit a trap. It makes a room safe. So as you can see, this set was really not bad. So we have no item there, and it means we want to be careful and make sure we only fight one thing at once. As long as we do that, we should be fine. And if we did end up pulling multiple monsters by accident, then we still have raw intuition to kind of save us. That's warrior privilege. The dragon, like I said, doesn't really do much. It has more HP than the other monsters. That's it. Like, and it's big, so it's harder to AoE down, but that's it. So we're already at the boss after this floor. The boss of this set is not bad. I'd say she has more mechanics than usual PotD boss, but all of their mechanics are telegraphs. So really, there's no strategy. The strategy is just like, don't step inside AoEs. By the way, I did not mention it. Silver chest, you don't have a reason to open them if you're capped in Nature Pool. If you do open them, though, they have a small chance to blow up. It's exactly like the landmine, except this chest will do a percentage of your maximum HP, I think about 70%. Since it's your maximum HP, it means that if you're low and you open a silver, you can die. And it also works on the monsters. But mostly it means that you can die from a silver, so you should never open a silver unless you're near full health. So we're gonna Lust to speed this up. So this boss is only telegraphs. If you get hit by telegraphs, it's gonna light up the runes around. And for every rune that's lit up, she's gonna do an AoE layer in the fight, and it's gonna hurt. The more runes there is on the floor, the more it's gonna hurt. So you don't want to get hit, or if you do get hit, you can afford like maybe 2 hits on thing. I'm gonna show you, for example, at some point she's gonna do a big circle around herself, which you would need to lose uptime on melee for. Also, do not read this gaze. This gaze will put a CC on you. So this, you can read it, put a defensive, if you don't want to lose uptime. And you see it like lit up the rune there. So she's gonna do an AoE later, and when she does that AoE, it's gonna use the rune to do more damage. Though only one is not a problem. This Black Honeymoon. And now the rune is gonna, yeah, disappear. So do not read this. This will CC you. Probably not gonna kill you, but it's gonna make it annoying. So we can read this again. And what's up, Deraban? Not too lucky though. Not too lucky. We have to get average luck today, or this is gonna be kind of a silly tutorial. Like, huh? Get lucky. Forehead. So we can read this. Pop a defensive. Nope. Sorry, I hit my mic again. And that's it. 450 boss. Good luck on getting average luck. That sounds about right. Okay, next set. So the first 50 floors are kind of like, I don't know, they're kind of easy. Honestly, I think they're a little harder than the next 3 sets. The next 3 sets are very easy. So we're gonna go over the monsters of the next set. So that is 5160. The Nybeth doesn't do anything. The pudding can hurt if you don't respect its damage. So definitely not a monster you want to pull multiple off at the same time if possible. Deep Eye doesn't do anything. Gremlin doesn't do anything. The Imp, it will put a buff on himself that reflects damage when you attack. It's not too bad this low, but if you have multiple of them at the same time, it can hurt. The Idol, it doesn't do much, except I think its telegraph is a stun, so make sure you don't step inside. The Pot, he does a gaze attack that is very, very big, like the entire room. Just don't look at it when he does it, because it does a good chunk of damage, plus it will blind you. Taurus doesn't do anything. Vodoriga doesn't do anything. Archdemon doesn't do anything. Soul Flare doesn't do anything, except if you keep one alive like very long. Like if you keep it alive for 45 seconds, it will do a slow on you, a very big slow. But that's it. So like you really should not ever see that mechanic. The Rare doesn't do anything. Mimics are not special. And that's it for this set. So we can go. This set has very little going for it. Well, you should know this set. If you've done any kind of farming in PotD, you should have seen this set a few times in your life. Because this is the 5160. We're gonna strength there because I'm sitting at 3. Hey, we have a free site. So, okay, that's interesting. We have a free site. Wow, there's a landmine there. So we can use a landmine. Why not? I'm gonna wait for them to do stuff. That looks good to me. There. We have a flight. That's good. All commanders are just gonna speed up, you know? So we're gonna have to waste less time on these lower forces. We have another landmine there. Like I said, it may look like we're overusing the landmines, but it's more that I want you guys to... That I think it's a good time on these lower floors to get used to using landmines, because they will be pretty important higher up. So, you know, if we get a feel for how they work, there's multiple ways. Like, you can stun the monster and then step on it. You can wait for the monster to be casting something, then step on it. You can witch chain to do, like, multiple monsters at the same time. Lots of ways. Another side, nice. So I can show you, I guess. Yeah, I'm sitting at 3 steels, right? So I can totally use a steel. So now with a steel and a sight running, that means there's no risk of running into a trap. So it's a pretty good way for me to just, you know, like be doing repulls. So very easy AoE pulls, just kind of AoE, of course. And then whenever your run tuition is up and you're missing a little health, just use it. It will basically fill up your health because it just heals you instantly. And then you rotate your defenses in the meantime. Warrior Gigashad. Warrior is in fact a Gigashad, you're right. It's a very good job. So that is a treasure room. This room is a treasure room. So now let's say I want to do the treasure room, right? I can totally just use a site. Because I'm sitting at 3 sites, might as well use one. But now I have a mimic, right? So now I want to make sure this mimic dies before I do my bait pull. Because I don't want to deal with the debuff. So one thing to understand about witching, witching has no line of sight. That means that if I let's say for example I use a witching there, it would still hit the imp because the line of sight doesn't work against the witching. That means that for example if I'm planning to do a bait pull in say this room, which I know there's no traps inside because I used a sight, I can just kind of use a witching like, you know, near the pillar. And now with the witch chain, I should be perfectly fine doing this pull. I could even be like, okay, that's a lot of monsters I'm killing. I'm gonna use a fortune. If I get more value, why not? I'm sitting at 3 fortunes. So like we did all that, right? And we got a Witch Chain, a Fortune, a Sight, a Strength, a Steel, another Steel, and an Alteration. Like we got all these free commanders from doing that. That's why it's kind of worth it to do it, even on the lower floors. But because we did this, we have like a free Steel going to the next set, the next floor. That's really good. You timed down on 1.1%, damn. Must have been annoying as hell. That's so close. That's like... That's 1 GCD basically. That's like 2 seconds. We have another site. Might as well use it. Ah, that's the trap I want to show off, but I could not find. So this is the last trap. This is Innervation. What this does... Well, first this looks like the Yin Yang symbol. That's how I remember it, because it puts a debuff on you that nerfs your damage and defense. So it's like, you know, 2 things, Yin and Yang. So yeah, so this puts a 60-second debuff on you that reduces your damage dealt and increases your damage taken. So this is and this is only on you. This is not an AoE. So this trap has 0 value. You never want to step on this. No, so now we pull a monster and got a mimic, so now we're flying 2. It's usually better to kill the mimic first, just so you're able to like see the cast bar of the thing that you have to interrupt. Pretty still. Like I said, these imps, they put something that reflects damage at you, but it's not an issue unless you're doing like a super big wall. It really shouldn't matter. So you can see this set is like very fast because like there's very little danger and it's just the very fast set. Probably the fastest set you can do on tank beyond like 30. When is the Dark Knight tutorial? Luckily I don't really need to do one because this warrior tutorial is probably it's honestly could be a tank tutorial because like the only big difference between warrior and Dark Knight is the lack of raw intuition. So basically the big difference is on Dark Knight would simply be that it's gonna be more annoying to fight certain monsters. Once we get to the very high floors, like stuff like flood dragons and zoos are like slightly more annoying on Dark Knight, but that's really the only difference. I guess the other difference is that it's a little harder for Dark Knight to do no item debuff without using Serenity. But that's it. Other than that, everything's gonna be the same between Dark Knight and Warrior. Restraint, always nice. Lets you save time. Also, the reason I mentioned this earlier, the reason I'm doing a tutorial for Warrior and not like Machinist is because we have like so much resources for a Machinist already. But when I was looking on YouTube trying to find like guides for Warrior, I could not find anything, which is understandable because Warrior has only been really strong since Endwalker, but it's like this is going to be, I hope, the first real, like the first real guide, I guess, on YouTube for Warrior, assuming I clear. But like I said, I'm 90% sure they should clear. So this is the monster that I said. This monster does not do anything, but if you for some reason keep it alive for like almost a minute, it will do a very potent slow on you. A slow that removes like, I don't know, 80% of your movement speed. But like you should really not see this cast ever. So we hit the silence trap there. Nothing to do with weight. There's a echo drops remove the silence, but there's no potions that remove the pacification. They're the one that removes your weapon skills. There's nothing for this, so you can only wait. Oh, so we have the luring there. We see the monsters. We have 3 pots. This could be spooky. We have a still running already. So we just want to make sure that we turn around when they do their thing. There. I believe this is 59 already. Yeah, 59. They're just a very fast set overall. Ah, we have a free rage, so I can finally show off what rage does. So rage is very simple. Transforms you into a manticore. And then when you're in manticore, you have one skill called Pummel. It will one-shot every monster. Excluding if the monster has any kind of shield, it will not one-shot the monster. Because basically the way this works is this does 100% of their HP. Also, if there's the no knockback debuff, this does not work. Like, since Pommel doesn't push the monster away, it doesn't do damage. So we have a Mimic here. And already the boss. So the boss, you should know this boss well if you've done any kind of farming. If you've not, a very simple boss. We're gonna open with Lust just to speed this up. By the way, if this is very minimal optimization, but you can, when you're on the key, it will transport you even if you're transformed. So you can use your Lust before and save like a second or two. It doesn't really matter. It's just fun to think about. So all this guy does is he puts puddles on the ground that you want to step outside of. Also, you should probably get 5 stacks with your Lust. I don't know why I canceled mine early. So you just want to be sure you're outside of this. Then he's gonna do a pushback. And you want to make sure you don't get pushed back inside one of these orbs. And then that's it. So his actual rotation is going to be a bunch of tank buster stuff. He's going to do a puddle there. Then he's going to do a bunch of other tank buster stuff. Then he's going to do a second puddle. Then he's going to spawn the orbs, and then he's going to do the knockback. So you don't want to get knockback inside the orbs. If you're in a bad spot, or you think you would, you can arm's length. And if you arm's length, you don't get pushed back. So usually what I would do is I respect the mechanic. I do it normally. But if I'm ever in a bad spot, I just use arm's length to be safe. Not back is soon. By the way, this, I do say you should step out of it, but on tank this does really no damage. I could very well say stay in this the entire time. It's just no reason to not build up good edits when you're on the lower floors. Because on the higher floors, when you fight this boss ordered, well, you could definitely not stand inside of the eaves. So might as well get used to it now. There's a lot of things that I'm going to overplay. I'm going to say oh, this will one-shot you, this will one-shot you. Maybe it doesn't actually one-shot you, but it's just when there's no reason to not do it, I will tend to say one-shots you. Okay, next set. So 61. So the Alps doesn't do anything, the Raptor doesn't do anything, the Tyrannosaur doesn't do anything, sorry. The Sarch doesn't do anything. Wither is like earlier, it can hurt a lot, so make sure you don't have too many of them on you at the same time. Blade doesn't do anything, Krog doesn't do anything. No, it doesn't do anything. The Diplo, it does a gaze, but that's it. It doesn't really do much. Triceratops is like the Wither, it does a lot of damage, so if you have multiple of them on you, it could get spicy. Melodon doesn't do anything. This guy, he does a very fast telegraph, but you have time to get out, but it's like you have to not be sleeping in the wheel. It doesn't do that much damage even if you get it, so... Unique doesn't matter, and Mimic doesn't matter, and that's... So that set is also another easy set. We still have two like very easy sets, I would say, and then after that it's gonna get a little more complicated. But like really on the I would say starting from the 51 to 80 stretch, like there's really not much to talk about. There's really not much that's different. So this is the best sets to practice, I would say. Like practice landmines, practice stuff like that. Kind of like get used to using your commanders. These are good sets to do that. So we have a free Wraith there. Might as well. I'm gonna use it to kill these 3 monsters, but that's it. Because I don't want to come back there. So there's a landmine there. So you can do landmines with Omgang, by the way. Your invuln. I can show it up there. So if you use your invuln before stepping on the landmine, then of course the landmine is not going to kill you. And it works really well on Warrior. I'm just waiting for my health to be low, make sure that I actually do die. Okay, so I'm gonna use Omgang now. Then I step on the landmine. And then I heal myself. This is the most easy way to do landmines. Use your tank invuln, step on landmine, then heal yourself. It works really well with Warrior because you can do Omgang, step on the landmine. Then if you do Run Tuition plus 1 AoE, it's going to fill up your health because it's just Run Tuition is just so overpowered. These are not things we need to do lower on these lower floors, but I'm just kind of practicing them. So, and you should be practicing them also, because once we make it to 171 plus, we're gonna be doing landmine things that are very important to the tier. Like they are not optional, in my opinion. We're gonna have to do landmine things. And I don't think landmines are very hard. I think they just tend to stress people because like your health is gonna get very low. But it's not like mechanically, it's not really hard. It's just step on the landmine. That's it. So I'm sitting at 3 strength. I might as well use 1 to speed this up. Now that was my fault. I disrespected the room and got hit by a trap. Yeah, so close. I will talk more about like vision cones and stuff like that once I'm like above 100, because before that is really not important. So So we finally got mimics from an alteration. So that's very simple. If you don't get Guardians, instead of when you use an alteration, you will get mimic instead, which are exactly like the mimics we've been getting from Cess. They're the same. Now there I did the common mistake, which is you kill a mimic, and then you pull another mimic right after, but then your interrupt is not ready. Now we're gonna get pucks, which I'm going to remove. I'm going to remove again. And no, that was not an intentional mistake I wanted to show. It's that kind of mistake you make all the time. So odds are, if you have to use a purity on tank, it's probably because you do this. You pull a mimic, and then you don't wait for your cooldown to be up, and then you pull another. By the way, we've not. I think we used one potion because I misclicked it, but we didn't really use potions, right? Like, this is why tank is pretty good. Like, you are not gonna need potions all the way to 160, I would say. So it gives you 160 floors to get potions, which should be more than enough to get more than you're gonna use. So we found a safety. I think that might be the first safety I use. Safety is very simple. It just removes all traps. This does not include mimics. So if I use a safety, there's no more traps on the ground, but there's still traps in there can still be mimics in chests. So it's only traps on the ground, not mimics. I'm so thirsty already. I think I'm gonna get something to drink after this set again. Maybe a coffee, actually. Raising is nice. Raising is an interesting commander because this is actually a very rare commander. So it's very unlikely, but like it's possible that you don't find 3 raising for the entire run. But it's like very, very rare. But it can happen. I mean, personally, I've done like what, probably 50 runs by now. I've had one run where I did not find 3 raisins, but only one. So it's very rare. Hey, free rage. By the way, rage is like lust. It puts a transformation buff on you, so when you want to leave the rage early, you just right click the transformation buff. Showing the music is through it's through a plugin in the fast launcher. It shows the music that's playing at the top right. Unfortunately, I wish it was a default option, but it's not. So see, this chest blew up. Me and the monster got damaged for 70% of our max HP. So if either me or the monster were below 70% HP, we would have died from the chest. So this is alluring. If you remember why this is alluring, just the way it looks, it's like it has a pointy tip. So and the alluring is the most dangerous trap. So pointy, stab, dangerous knife, something like that. That's how I remember it. Another alluring. Honestly, it doesn't take long to remember the traps. Like, the luring, I would say, the luring and landmines, it doesn't take long to remember them. Like, they have very distinct looks. By the way, the luring, it has some value. Like, it's sometimes useful to step on one. It's rare, unless you're care for score. It's rare that you would intentionally step on one, but it can happen that it's actually helpful. So it's mostly when you're like in a rage and you want to kill more monsters. Oh, we're already at floor 70. That wasn't so long. Well, I mean, well, it's already been 3 hours 30 minutes. I thought it'd been 2 hours. My perception of time is a little messed up. Okay, well, that was then in this case it was actually a little longer than I thought. That's fine. We took a lot of time explaining basic concepts. Yeah, another sight. Always like to see that. So this is a luring, pointy tip, luring. This is another luring. Damn, I wish I was a score run. Now this room has no traps guaranteed because this is the spawn room, the one I spawn in. Spawn room never has traps. And this is another luring. Pointy tip. Nice respawn. That's a respawn. Like I said, respawns, they don't care where you are. They will happen in a random room. And it doesn't check, like the game doesn't check if you're close or not. It just spawns a monster. And so if it's in your face like that, it's just in your face. If it's a monster that's too hard for you, well, the game doesn't care either. It can be in your face. Yes, this run is going all the way to 200 today in one stream. I might take a small break to eat at some point, but otherwise, yes, it is one in one go. We have a side again. That's a landmine. You can tell because it looks very rounded, very squared. It has 4 symmetrical sides. We can practice the landmine again. We're gonna wait for this guy to cast something. Then we'll step on it. There. Now we can do it. Like that. And we even got lucky and we hit that other one. Hey, that's alright. I think it's gonna be the most interesting once we get to 170. 170 plus is I have like very specific strategies for tank. Right now we kind of covered the bases. Now I would say starting from now to like 140, it's gonna be kind of like it's going to be more about like the specific monsters and the specific sets. But like since we don't really have to use commanders, there's not going to be much commander usage stuff explained. All that commander stuff is going to be at 170 plus. Yep. This is going to be a lot like my this is going to be a lot like my no chest warrior run, except we open chests on the way, right? Like it's gonna be the same strategy basically. So the strategy when we go high is going to be like we're gonna explore very little and we're only gonna care what it is. Nice steal. Oh, it depends, right? Like for example, the 171 set, I don't think you could get screwed over by kills on key, as long as you do landmines on 3 floors. Above that, and then you probably have to use more taints the less lucky you are on the kills. This boss is very easy. I'm not gonna lust because I have only 2. I'm gonna strength because I have 3. So all this boss does, he does a bunch of taint busters, then he does a lightning taint. He's gonna do it now. Then he does a douse, which is like a water taint on the ground, and if you don't pull him out of that water taint, he's gonna get buffed. So now what you want to do is you want to pull him out of there. When he reaches you, he's gonna slow you. He's gonna attack you a bunch and do a taint buster. When you see this taint buster, pop sprint and move across, because he's going to do a puddle under you. And this, you will get hit if you don't sprint. And then he's going to do another lightning puddle after doing a taint buster again. Yes, there. But this one you don't need to sprint because by this point the slow fell up. So there's the douse, and you just kite him outside. Now he puts a slow on you again, but you have the diminishing returns at this point, so now you don't need to sprint. Now he's gonna do Taint Buster. He's gonna attack me once or twice, then do the Electro Puddle. Yeah. Gonna attack me a bunch, do Taint Buster and Electro Puddle again. So if you keep him inside the puddle by a mistake, by accident, he's gonna get buffed, by the way, so he gets ace in this case. You might think this is not bad, but the issue is that when he does the Electro Puddle, he's gonna speed it up, and then now you don't have time to go out of it. This does like no damage, I know, but it's important to understand this boss because you're gonna fight a version of him that's harder later, and the version that's harder, you cannot really disrespect the mechanics. So, better to practice now. All right. Okay, before I go into the next set, let me get something to drink. Probably gonna make some coffee, so give me a couple of minutes. Then I'll come back and we'll continue. Almost, we're 1/3 of the way done. Yeah, we're about 1/3 of the way done, so not bad. All right, be right back. Oh, I'm back. All right. So next set, we're going to 71, I believe. Yes, 71. So 71 has okay. Yeah, there's a few monsters actually. So the Enzu on 71 is kind of monster that's not dangerous if you're alone. It's the kind of monster you have to understand its mechanics. So the Enzu does nothing until he's around, I would say around 30% health. And when he's on 30% health, he's going to stun you for a couple of seconds and put Vuln. It's not that dangerous if you're fighting him alone, but if there's multiple monsters, you have to be very careful with an Enzu on you. Wolf does nothing of note. Bender Snatch does nothing. Bear does nothing. Delmill does nothing. Cyclop is gonna do some weird, like, wow, I don't even know what you would describe it. It's like it does like a moon crescent in front of him, and then after that he's gonna spin on himself, like the Minotaurs earlier. He's gonna do the same kind of move, but usually you kill it before that, and if you don't, you can stun it. Sasquatch does nothing. Oroch does nothing. Bird of the Palace, you want to make sure you don't stand in this guy's telegraph, or it will perma CC you. Trail does nothing. Lion does a big giant AoE that is kind of annoying, but you can stun it, so usually it doesn't matter. Unique doesn't matter. Mimic doesn't matter. And I think that's it. Yes, that's it. So this is another easy set. There should not be much there. This is the last easy set though. After that, it's gonna get it's not gonna be like super hard after, but it's gonna get like increasingly harder. I would say the biggest danger on this set is the Enzus if you're not paying attention and you're doing multiple monsters at the same time. So we are at 3 strength again. I'm gonna use 1. I have a 3 fortune, why not? And you know what? I'm sitting at 3 steals. I'm gonna use a steal because why not? It's gonna let me do bigger pulls. Like I said, the only thing I need to watch out for is an Enzu there. So as long as there's no Enzu, I should be able to do big pulls. No issues. Like I said, unnecessary to do big pulls, but it's not a bad thing to get used to the job, get used to pumps, get used to, you know, like playing a little more stressful. Get used to, I guess I would say just get used to like a little more pressure. Another fortune. So this floor is flighted. Yeah, right. I was talking about how many kills it takes to open a key earlier. So when it's a normal floor, I said it was from 4 to 13, with the extremes being very rare. When it's a flight, it's from 2 to 7, with the extremes being very rare. So when you use a flight, on average, it's gonna take 3 to 4 kills. On average. If it goes higher, it's unlucky. If it goes lower, it's lucky. So there's a Mimic in that pull. I'm keeping the Mimic targeted so I can interrupt this. But be very careful when you're doing AoE pulls like this and you see a chest drop. Make sure if it's a silver or a gold, because what can happen very easily in a bait pull is you kill a monster, a chest drop, you right click the chest without really thinking about it, and it's a silver chest and you die. You gotta be very careful about this. In fact, I would probably not open any chest during battle when you're doing AoE pulls. Unless you know 100% it's not a silver. Should update the stream title for a single time. So let's put it at 61 there. 61 plus. Okay, there. It was still at 1. I think it's the first time we see Aced. Aced is a buff, very good buff. I believe it buffs your recast times by 15%. It's 15 or 20, I always forget which, but it's a very strong buff. We have a sight. This means doing an AoE pull is going to be very easy. So this is a trap I would have hit 100%. Well, the sight. This trap is enervation, by the way. It looks like a yin-yang symbol. Enervation debuff does like 2 things. That's how I remember. These are the kind of pulls you can expect to do on Warrior. Once you get comfortable with the job and the monsters, you are going to be doing pulls like this for the entire run until you're at like 140. It takes a little getting used to. But you know, it's the kind of thing that if you never do it, you're never, you never get good at it, so even though I am doing these kind of pulls, and personally I do think that it's a good way to practice, that you don't need to do pulls like that. Man, if we ever get inner release at a lower level on Warrior will absolutely destroy this place. Like, really the only thing holding Warrior back there is Berserk. If we ever get inner release, Jesus, can't even imagine. So that's the monster I meant. He has a very weird untelegraphed. I'm gonna try and show it. It's like the first boss in the second boss in Aurum Vale has the same telegraph. It's like a moon crescent. This. Yeah. And then after that, he's gonna do the AoE on himself. Point blank on telegraph. You can just stun him if you get to this part. Damn, we are finding a lot of sites. I would say you definitely don't find that many sites usually. I guess it's really good for like the purpose of showing off traps, because now I've been able to show off the traps so much. So this is the luring, pointy tip, dangerous. This bird casts the telegraph that you really don't want to be inside of. This is a treasure room. We don't need to deal with it. We can just check maybe a chest that's close. And it's a flight. There is a landmine in this room. If we could like probably, you know, witching the whole room, use a landmine if we wanted. Would be unnecessary, of course. Would not be bad practice, though. We do have a free rage there, but I'm honestly not even sure if I'm gonna use it, because it's probably gonna take me longer to go back for it than just kill the monster straight up. So it's very nice. Oh, it's already open. This is a silence prep, because illuminate the eye. Well, okay, so we found a free Serenity in there. Might as well use it. Serenity, very simple. Serenity just gets rid of every buff and debuff. So, hey, what's up, Ludar? Thank you. Though I don't want this to be a lucky run. Actually, I want this to be an average run. It would be kind of lame to have a tutorial where we just find like 5 rage at the end, you know, and just rage through everything. In fact, if I find too many rages, I would probably just not, just because it would be kind of stupid. Curse block, no. Just give me average luck. No, not curse, not good. Just, you know, that kind of luck that's perfectly average. Though I have to say the score luck has been good, but this is not a score run, so... But we found a lot of alterations and sites. And it's insane how fast this set goes. We're gonna kill a boss with like 40 minutes left, I think. We have a free rage. I might use it. Honestly, no. I'm not gonna use it. So I'm gonna put my defensive there, do Lust, practice, and Lust we pull. Why not? Give me Astro Luck. Man, Angelus, I wonder when Angelus is gonna clear Astro. He must be getting tilted at it. I would be getting really tilted. Because I think he's beyond 10 attempts now. So we got a treasure room there, but the key's not inside, so we don't need to care. I'm gonna be using a strength and a lust because I have both of them at 3. Gonna make the boss faster. This boss does very little. He's kind of like the 180 boss that everyone knows, but he does like very little compared to him. He's gonna do like the cone, right? Thunderbolt. He's gonna put, I think he's gonna do like 1 Charib. And the way Charib works is it's an AoE on you. And that AoE, it's like a tornado that pulses with a bigger AoE every few seconds. So you're gonna see another AoE there. And it keeps doing that. And if you step inside of this, it's going to pull you inside the tornado. So like you want to be far from this. You don't want to like be at the edge of the thing when it goes down. And then every couple attacks, he's going to run to a side, you trounce, which is just a big cone. Then he just resumes all that. I don't know the exact pattern of this guy, honestly. I think he does like 1 of each before a trounce. When he's below 10%, he starts casting the meteor, but it will do like 90% of your health just be full. But you have so much time that you're probably gonna kill it before he even gets up. So no issue there. Alright, next set is where we start getting spicier monsters. Everything still dies like very fast, but it's this is definitely like where you can start dying if you don't know what you're doing. So let me show you what we have. So 81 to 90. First off, Palace Bomb. It's like the slime. It will blow up after I think 30 seconds, and it will probably kill you. It's like an enrage. So make sure you kill the bomb fast. Make sure you don't kill it inside a room and then, you know, step on a trap while you're fighting it, or you're gonna suffer. But it's still, you still kill everything really fast. So like, as long as you pull the bomb and like fight it, you should always kill it in time. Veneregun does nothing. Wamura does nothing. Wamura Kampa does nothing. Chimera, he doesn't do much, but something to keep in mind is that he has a lot of HP. He has, I believe, 50% more HP than everything else on this set. So it just takes a while. Same with the Flame Dragon. He doesn't do much, but he has 50% more HP. The Gallimimus doesn't do anything. The Hapalet doesn't do anything. The Worm doesn't do anything. The Clod is very annoying. Every 10 seconds or even maybe less, he's gonna pull you into him. You cannot surecast this. You cannot you can't arms length or surecast, so you're gonna eat that no matter what. So like, you definitely don't pull these guys when you're doing AoE, or like don't pull them in the room and then get dragged on a trap. Just kill them in the always 1v1. Erika doesn't do anything. Rare doesn't matter. Mimic doesn't matter. I think that's it. Yes, that's it. So just a few monsters we have to keep in mind. Other than that, there's nothing much. The boss is maybe a little more involved than the other bosses, but it's still not that. So we have a free rage. Why not? I'm gonna use that. When you're in a rage, you're probably going to have to go in the middle of the room to pummel things. Be very careful of hitting a landmine. If you hit a landmine, the way the server snapshots and server ticks happen, there's a chance that your pummel is not going to one-shot the monster if you hit a landmine. So what I recommend you do is you go behind the monster if possible, go to him, stop moving, attack. It's the safest way, because then if you hit a landmine like this, you're not gonna get server tick. And because what happens is rage does 100% of the monster's current HP. But what happens if you step on a landmine is the monster is gonna start regenerating. He's going to start regenerating HP. And what can happen is the server is gonna snapshot the HP before the regen on your rage hit. But then the regen is gonna go through, so the monster is gonna survive a little bit of HP. Just something to keep in mind. Also, it's for a landmark. I thought so. It's like a... Is it cosmetic only? I assume it's something at level 10. Yeah, but does it give you more than the other landmarks? Or do you get... Actually, do you get 4 landmark spots when you're max level? Because right now I have 3 landmark spots, and that's all the landmarks I can put down. It probably gives you more groove, right? Since it costs so much to make it. So this is innervation because it looks like a yin yang symbol. This is a bomb. Make sure you kill it fast. I think my Century Highland is like, it's almost level 8, I believe. I think I was missing like a quarter of my HP this morning, so it's pretty close. It should be level 8 at the end of the day, I think. Man, just so many sites, damn. This is a toad trap. Looks like a toad. Easy to remember. Highly recommend you check bronze chests whenever they're kind of close to you, just in case you get a pot shirt. Oh wow, you hit rank 9, damn. You've been grinding. Another flight, very nice. So we have a free witching there, which means might as well do an AoE pull, why not? There's some things I'd like to explain about witching, it's just I don't know when I have a good chance to show it up. I'll probably show it up later. Like when I start fighting monsters that are they have a higher HP. There's a lot of important things about witching. This was a wall trap, can't do much about that. Spell trap. Man, we're going fast, but we keep getting flights and sights, so this is going actually like, this is insane how fast this set's going. I mean, there's really not much to talk about, so the faster these sets go, the more happy I am, because that we really are just talking about the specific monsters all the way to easily like 140, you know? Be time-wise, like, you're never gonna run into time issues for a while. And then the monsters themselves, like, it's nice to know what they do, but they don't really kill you. It's just like, it's just important to know what they do, almost exclusively just to make sure you don't get pulled into a trap or die to rage. We have a free strength, nice. Resolution is very good. Resolution is a special commander that is like extremely useful on some sets and extremely useless on some other sets. So the Scorpion, like I said, he's gonna pull you in very shortly, and you cannot arms length this, so you're forced to eat it. It also goes through walls. You cannot LOS. At best, you can go behind a wall and it's still gonna suck you in, but you're gonna get stuck inside the wall, but that's it. Like if I go there, it's still gonna suck me in. But then I'm gonna get stuck inside the wall. But that's the best you can do. What's up, matey? Good morning to you as well. Well, I don't know about the morning because it's 2 p.m. there, but good morning to you. Assuming it's morning where you live. Yeah, it's been going well. It's been going well. I thought we would have nothing to talk about on the early floors, but we actually had too much to talk about. Now we're kind of like the slow floors because now I've explained most of the basics, I feel like. But it's still not hard enough where there's much to explain. Oh, you just woke up? That means it's morning? Oop. Well, it's more like the afternoon, actually, if you're on Easter time anyway. I've been awake since like 6 a.m. Okay, we have a free rage in this if the dragon turns around. Meiji has a really good red mage guide, by the way, for Past the Dead. Now we're kind of doing guide for war instead. It's like, actually, I would almost say that it's Meiji's guide is what motivated me to do a tutorial run for war, because I feel like I feel like 95% of the resources for POTD are machinist or red mage organ. There's like very little for tanks, which I think is a shame because I feel like tank is easier than everything else. But when I say tank, I mean warrior, really. So I have a free steal, nice. Alright, let's go. Only one floor left. That was fast though. You tried it before Endwalker and timed out. It's much better with raw intuition, but I would say it doesn't really affect its time. It doesn't really change the how do I put it? It doesn't really change your before 180 experience, I would say. Because before 180 you could already kill every monster without raw intuition, so but this is going to be great. Like once we make it to 160 plus, I'm gonna be giving a lot of advice on how to not time out. Because now this is my second, this is my third. I did two. Basically, I did two like no chest runs on water because one of them I threw it away, and it's just very. I'm very confident with the strategy I use now on this job, so. I'm not worried at all about timing out, at least until like the very last set. We're gonna lose the boss again. So this boss has a few mechanics that are very important to explain for the 190 version of it. So I will try to explain them in depth. So that it doesn't really matter, like the order of things he does is different in 190, so I will not really go into that. But basically he has two mechanics. When he spawns a bomb of the same color as him, which is red, this is a bomb that we need to burst down or it will blow up. I don't even know what happens when it blows up, but it probably does a lot of damage, so just kill it. And when he spawns a bomb of the opposite color of him, then we need to push the bomb inside him to like stop his cast from happening. So this is the bomb there. This needs to die because it's the same color as him. You may also notice all these small things are gonna blow up after a little bit, so you want to make sure you're not near them. That's another one that we kill, because it's the same color as the boss. So I'm going to intentionally position the boss in a weird spot so I can show off the mechanics. So the next bomb is going to be blue, which means I have to push it inside the boss. When you push the bomb, either be far and tomahawk like this, or be close and don't do any skill and just like do the auto attack of your character. But do not go close to the bomb and do a skill, because if you do that, what's gonna happen is your character is gonna auto attack at the same time and you're gonna push it twice. It's gonna get pushed at like 2 times. So you either want to be far and use the axe to mock, or close and auto attacks. Never melee skills. Never. Trust me. We kill this. We watch out for the small bombs. They are gonna blow up. Now I'm gonna show you what happens if you fail. So if you fail this mechanic, let's say, I don't know, I'm trying to push into the boss, but I accidentally push it inside this. Okay, now the boss is gonna blow up. I made sure I'm at 100% health. When this cast goes off, it will hit me for 99% of my health. I can even use Alm Gang if I want to make sure I don't die to something. But it's gonna hit me for 100%, 99%. Then I just heal. That's it. That's all I do. I just make sure I use all my heals after, and then I survive. That's it. But you need to be far from the boss to make sure he doesn't auto-attack at the same time. This is exactly the same as the 190 boss. That's why I wanted to show it up. If you fail the push mechanic on the 190 boss, you can recover on Warrior very easily. Be far from the boss, be at full health, wait for the cast to go off, then heal yourself with all your things. And then you're fine. That's it. If you have a shield up, it's going to be easier, because like it does 99% of your health, of your max health, but then that doesn't count the shield. So if you had the shield that's like 20% of your health, well, you after this you would actually be at 20% of your health. If that makes sense. So shield are good. Though, like I said, this is a last resort thing. Like, it's only if you miss the mechanic that you should be ready. But like, don't plan the boss like by doing this. So this one I'm gonna show up how you want to push it in melee range. Right click and move away. Don't use a weapon skill. If you want to push the bomb while you're in melee, just right click to make sure you auto attack and move. So I did not want to teach you bad habits. You can actually stun this boss. I'm gonna show you. Well, I don't know if you saw it, but you can stun this boss on 90. But I highly recommend you don't do that unless you're gonna die, because you cannot stun the boss on 190, and so there's no reason to really get used to that. It's why I only showed it off now. Alright, so the last set out of the 100 sets. So let me show you the monsters. Web browser there. The monsters this is where the monsters start to hurt a lot. So we gotta be careful. So the Wraith is exactly like the Wraith from earlier, except it has more HP now, which means you're much more likely to see the scream happen. Like earlier, you can interrupt and stun it. I would always interrupt or stun. Don't fight these guys at the same time as other guys if possible. Mummies, like earlier, it has a cone that stuns you. Make sure you don't stand inside. Swarm does nothing. The Roselet does nothing, except it's kind of annoying because it will stay at a range when it attacks you. So when you're trying to pull it outside of rooms to fight it, make sure you like break the line of sight. The Dragon is just like a lot of HP. Hippo does nothing. The Iron course is the patrol course. He will do a jump when he sees you. That does a lot of damage, so watch out for that. The course is a non-patrol version. He just hurts. So he has a big tank buster. Same thing with the Knight. He has a big tank buster. Watch out for the damage. Dormant is a big tank buster as well. Rift Keeper is also a tank buster. Mimic is nothing special, and the rare monster is also nothing special. Regarding time 180 plus, do you think altering early on is better than later? Honestly, I don't think it makes a big difference for tank that if you alter early or later. I would say on tank, you're mostly looking at getting your commanders down to 2 as quickly as possible. So what I would probably do on tank is I would start 180, right? I would probably right away use a flight or an alter to get it at 2. And then on the next floor, I would probably use the other one to get it at 2 again. And then I would just kind of roll with my commanders at 2. I think that's how I would do it. So I would, because like it's more important to use your commanders for efficient time saving than it is to use them to avoid specific monsters, since it doesn't matter what monster you fight on the warrior. Though I will say I prefer to keep flight. I prefer to keep a flight or 2 over an alteration or 2, because then if I do a double dip rage, I prefer to have a flight involved in that than an alter. Okay. Let's go. The boss of this set is a little... No, not that hard, but it's a little... you have to know certain things about it. But we'll explain when I get there. So I'm gonna strength, because why not? Safety is really nice. So I'm actually going to steal as well, because I'm at 3 again. This is gonna let me do an AoE pull, why not? Like I said, you don't want to pull these guys in AoE, so I'm actually going to avoid them. So this is, as I said, unnecessary. It's just a nice way to get used to AoE pulls. Also saves time, so... It's really easy. You just gather the monsters, use a defensive, use raw intuition, then just burst the monsters, right? And then whenever your defensive is about to run out, use another one. And just like that, out of the first floor in 1 minute 40 seconds. $2,000 floors for the next deep dungeon. Can you imagine a single run taking you like 2 months of work? Imagine losing the run, how crushing that would feel. So we have a free witching, which means I can do any pull again very easily. Now there are traps. I did not remove the traps. This means I have to be careful with going inside rooms. That's why I'm pulling everything to me, to make sure I'm fighting inside the hallway. I'm avoiding these monsters. I could totally kill them. It's just I'm trying just to make this as short as possible. Because I'm pretty sure we're already looking at like this is going to be at least 12 hours or 13 hours of VOD. So it's gonna be a long VOD for sure. I don't even know if you can put YouTube videos above 10 hours on YouTube. I guess we'll find out. So the key's there. So now I'm going through the side of this room. There's a risk I had a trap. So I'm going to put a defensive up just in case. This cone that these mummies do will stun you. So it's not a good idea to be inside of it. I believe that the circle AoE the Epos does will also stun you, but I'm not sure this one. I think it does. You saw a Twitch streamer upload an 11-hour VOD? Okay, well I guess you can then. So these guys are really annoying because they just don't get in range of your freaking range pull, you know? That is a respawn. He's gonna do the scream, we can stun it. Just don't have to deal with it. Or we can also just kill it, that works. Why do I have a carrot on my... Oh, that's for Eureka. Okay. Another steal. Always like that. Key's there. Come on. So this is the way you get this guy to come to you. You hide behind a wall, and then after like freaking 10 years, he will move to you. If you just stand there, he's going to keep shooting at you, and then it means you have to go to him, which is usually what you don't want. So that's the patrol I was talking about. So as soon as it sees me, it's gonna jump on me. It's like a tank buster, basically. This. That's another one. So you can't really sneak past these guys because they are proximity as well. I guess I should cover the aggro range soon, right? It doesn't matter yet. I think starting from the next set, when I start doing 100, I'm gonna take a little bit of time to explain how the monsters, like, how it works. Like, why do some monsters see you instantly, and why do some monsters see you until... Like, why do some monsters only see you when you're in front of them, etc.? But for example, these guys, they see you, like, wherever you are. Like, they don't have a cone to see you, they have a circle. That's unlucky. They all move in a way to see me as soon as I move. So these knights, they have a pretty hard-hitting tank buster. This should not really be an issue on tank. It's only an issue if you pull multiple of them, so... Now you gotta remember, we are a tank with steel. So like when I say something hurts, it really doesn't hurt if you have steel. At least not this though. It's more like if you had no steel and like maybe you were on a gloom floor and you were fighting like 3 guys at the same time, then yeah, this would be maybe dangerous. This guy also has a hard-hitting tank buster. He looks a lot like the patrol that jumped on us, but this one does not jump. He just does the tank buster. So I've not talked about resolution yet. What resolution is, basically, it's like it's a lot like Lost, except it's like a Lost that doesn't put bone, but will one-shot undead monster. Well, not one-shot, but will do a lot of damage to undead monsters specifically. So if, for example, sorry, my shirt is annoying. Okay, so if, for example, I use this resolution on this guy, he will die in one shot. But if I used it on something that's not an undead, like I don't know if I can even find a monster that's not an undead. Well, these are all undead, but like if there's a monster that's not an undead, it would die like I believe 10 times slower, something like that. But anyway, we have a rage, so we're gonna use the rage. Good way to use a rage, by the way, when you want to make sure that you kill as many things as you want, is you pull a bunch of monsters out of a room, and then you carry them with you to another room, and then you rage. Also, before you go inside your rage, it's not a bad idea to use your defensives. Oh, this guy, the Hippo, this guy, if I use a Rezo, he would not die. Actually, I guess I might as well show it off. It's not like I'm gonna need my Rezos for anything for a while. Well, I need one on the boss, but that's it. I'm gonna show you. So these two guys should die in 1 or 2 shots with the Rezo. You die in 1 shot. Now if I do Rezo on these two guys, you're gonna see the Hippos gonna die way less fast. Yeah, about 10 times less damage. It's still a good chunk, but it's just not that, like, it's not that much damage. Whenever you're dealing with undead monsters, resolution is an option. Though there's not undeads on every set, so you just kind of have to know in advance the good sets for it. Already 98, only 2 more. That was fast. So we have a safety, that's very nice. Now for the upcoming boss, I highly recommend you use a steel and a strength. It's gonna make things way easier. So I'm actually gonna cheat a little bit. I'm gonna steal right now so I can do like an AoE pull and get out of there first. But don't feel like you need to do AoE pull. This is just something I'm gonna do to save a little bit of time. I guess I can do it with a weight change so it's a little more reasonable. You know, because we're sitting at 3 weight chains anyway, so it's kind of a good time to use one. Also, we remove all the traps with safeties. So all you do with Witch Chain is you run, use your defensives, turn around, and Witch Chain. Just make sure you have defensive active for when you turn around and use the Witch Chain. And then you're fine. So I have for this boss, my personal strategy is 2 lost, 1 reso. I know there's a 1 lost, 2 reso strat that's kind of like considered a safe strat. Maybe that's true on DPS. On tank though, I don't really think you need to do something like that. I think you can on tank. It's very safe to do 2 lost, 1 reso. You can even do 1 lost, 1 reso. But you know, it's just a good way to use your loss because you're very likely to have 3 loss at this point. He's there, okay. Yeah, ultimately that's what it comes down to. It's like you're gonna get the pumps back anyway, so I prefer to use more. So you could be saying, okay, why don't you use 2 resos then? Honestly, I don't. It's because I feel like the second reso is not really useful because it's gonna be less damage anyways. Why I prefer to do 2 lost, 1 reso. But even if you use two resos, you're gonna get them back before it matters. So it's really up to personal preference. Oh yeah, so boss, the way I do it, I make sure I have Steel Strength active, which I do. I will open with Lust right away. So just open with Lust. Make sure you have Strength Steel. You get 5 stacks on. Okay, now we just single target the boss for a while. Around 90% is gonna do the first set of that we are actually gonna ignore. So just use your defensive to survive, plus potions if you need them. Raw Intuition is kind of really good there because whenever I need to heal, I just use Raw Intuition and get full. So we just keep doing single target anyway. Try not to use your big defensives too much because we're gonna need them later. Well, as you can see, they're really not doing much damage to me, so by a very low pressure. When the boss hits 65%, is going to be the second set of that. So what I'm doing is I'm just waiting for my Berserker to be up. I'm gonna do a Berserk burst. Then I'm gonna go into my second Lust after that. So now is when I want to start using my defensives. I'm gonna Rhine Cushion, make sure I'm full L. I'm gonna pop a potion as well. Now I'm gonna go into my Lust. I'm eating the catapult there, doesn't really matter. It's just a slow. So the Lust basically kills everything. Now I'm gonna stay into that Lust for a little bit. Okay, now I'm gonna exit. Potion again, Rezo. Just gonna make sure I don't get hit by any AoEs. Now we just spam Rezo until the last set of ad spawns, which is about now. It's when he's below 40%. Now we will kill all these ads with this. And that's it. Then we kill the boss normally. So the way this works, if the boss works, by the way, is that he summons these sets of ads 3 times. The ads, if you kill them, they will respawn over and over again. The only way to kill them for good is for you to use resolution on their bodies, their dead bodies. That means that whenever you use resolution, it takes 2 shots, because you need 1 shot to kill them if they're alive. Then you need 1 shot to kill the bodies themselves. So what we do is we just try to we try to stall as long as possible with using just Lust. And then once he's almost about to spawn the last set, we go into Rezo and then we start spamming Rezo Blast. This way we clean up all the bodies before, and then we clean up the new bodies as well, and then we just 1, 2, 3 to victory. And the timing of it works out really well, because usually we tend to kill it when the Lust runs out, so it just works out. I do the same strategy on DPS jobs. It's just way safer on tank, because like you can tank the 4 ads on you very easily. So after this guy, you will get a score screen, which you don't really care about unless you're doing score. You also get a free potsherd after this boss, so that's not bad. You basically get 2 guaranteed potsherds. From 1 to 100, you get 1 potsherd from the 50 boss, 1 potsherd from the 100 boss. So you get 2. Like, as long as you did not use 40 potions on these first 104, you're fine. You went positive. A score screen, which you don't really care about. Save fin never. I mean, come on. I'm putting aside my scoring bias for this stream. There's no scorings to be had for this stream. Okay, next set. So now is like the, I guess you would call them the hard mode sets. This is where it starts. This is where if you died on your run, if you had ever a KO on your run, you could not go further than the 100 boss. So what we got there? We got the Sprite. He doesn't do anything. Dublin doesn't do anything. Ziz doesn't do anything. Yarzan is very dangerous if you do multiples. So the Yarzan is gonna put a Vuln on you. I think it lasts 15 seconds. But this Vuln is a 50% damage increase. So this gets very spicy very fast. Basically, if you're fighting, I don't know, if you're fighting like 6 monsters and one of them is a Yarzan, well, you're actually fighting 9 monsters damage-wise. So you gotta be careful. Adventure actually has a very hard-hitting like tank buster. Like it's like a triple tank buster. Gotta be careful for this. Stag is nothing. Squirrels is nothing interesting. You can kind of like kill this guy's damage if you arms line, because then he becomes dumb and he keeps trying to reapply his ace buff, but it's not really something important. Hippo doesn't matter. This Dawn Beetle is like the 1 to 10 Dawn Beetle, but worse. This guy, when he does the charge, it hurts. So you gotta keep this in mind. Hornet is like the 1 to 10. Except now, if you fail the final sting, you lose 5 hours of your life instead of 5 minutes. So you gotta be careful. This final stain also hurts more than the one earlier. The one earlier was, I think, 70% of your health. This one, if he gets the cast off, it's 99% of your health, so you gotta be careful of your maximum health as well. Ladybug doesn't do anything. Jelly Cat doesn't do anything. Rare doesn't matter. Mimic doesn't matter. So we are good to go. This is the sets. The next 4 to 5 sets is the sets where it's still not really hard, but if you like stop paying attention, you can die fast. So I would say, you know, earlier I recommended that you should maybe use food, starting from like, I think 40. I say now is like definitely when you would want to start using food. Even if you're a cheapskate, I think this is where you would start using food. So I'm gonna show off how the aggros for the monsters work as well. So there's 3 kinds of aggro. There's sight, there's sound, and there's proximity. Sight is like this guy. So basically sight is there's a cone in front of the monster. You see this arrow? There's actually a cone in front of the monster. He's looking in the cone in front of him. Oh. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. I was going to talk for a little bit there. So yes, sorry. I was going to show off the how it works for the aggros. So whenever a monster is sight, it has a sight cone in front of it. So it's like a cone that it stands from the middle of its hitbox outwards. That means that if I go near this guy, he will not see me. Unless I go in front of his little arrow. But if I just try to chill like that, he's not going to see me. You see? But if I go in front of him, like that, then he will see me. So these are sight monsters. You know what's funny, Ben, is that I knew this would happen at some point. And I was wondering if it happened, if someone will let me know fast. So I'm glad you let me know. So this is sight. So there's the next one is proximity. This guy's proximity. Proximity is like, it's not a cone, it's a circle around the monster. And as soon as you step inside that circle, he will see you. So even if I'm not facing him, as soon as I'm too close... Oh wow, the Yorzen is actually sound. Okay, well today I learned something. So change of plan. This guy is actually sound. How sound works is if you're walking, he will never see you. So as long as you're walking, he will never see you. But if you're running, it's a circle around him. So if I'm running, as soon as I'm in that circle, he will see me. Like that. And proximity is basically the same thing as sound, except it doesn't matter if you walk or run. So like, proximity is a circle around the monster, which as soon as you enter that circle, you will trigger the aggro. Yes, when there's sound also, if you walk inside their hitbox, you will aggro them. So you want to make sure you're not inside the circle on the monster. But damn, these guys are... these freaking Yorzens are proximity, or sound. I thought they were proximity for my entire life. These sprites are proximity though, right? Let me make sure. These guys are... Okay, there's sight. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know the... reason I didn't want to talk about the aggro types of the monsters yet is because I don't know them well until 150, because usually I do score runs, which means I kill everything anyway. So like, it doesn't change anything in my life how the aggro, because I'm gonna be killing them anyway. Oh, so this sprite is sound? Okay. I know the Dung Beetle is proximity, so I will show the proximity when I see a Dung Beetle, I guess. So I would say, starting from this set, it was kind of fun doing AoE pulls before. I would say starting from now, you kind of want to chill on the AoE pulls. You can do AoE pulls, but it's going to be costing you potions. So, or like a lot of potions. So it's probably better if you don't do AoE pulls. Or if you do AoE pulls, make sure you have like Steel Strength active. And try to avoid problematic monsters if you're doing AoE pulls. So like for example, these 3 sprites, I could kill them easily, but then I don't want to pull a Yarzan with that. Because like this Yarzan, if I pull like these 4 monsters, this Yarzan with his 50% vuln is basically adding 2 extra monsters. It's worth of damage. So, you gotta watch out for that. Also, we're sitting at 3 strength, so there's no harm using 1 there. I recommend you go for bronze chests when they're not too much out of the way either. Because starting from 100, bronze chests have a pretty high chance to have butchers in them. So if you find them one on the way, definitely go for it. I can't believe these guys are sound. I thought they were proximity my entire life. Oh, let me update the stream title. I think I forgot to, yes, I forgot to for 40 floors. We're 101. There we go. Okay. So free fortune is always nice. Yeah, it's also even more confusing if you do the two deep dungeons, because in Heaven on High there are some monsters that are the same, but they are different aggro types. For example, the monkeys in PotD are their proximity. In Heaven on High, they're sight. The Tofus in PotD are proximity, and Tofus in Heaven on High are sight as well. So there's like some mismatches like that. Thank you for the follow, Scroll. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Also, I have to say, on these next 4 sets that we're doing, if you have like some particularly bad debuffs, or you find maybe a fortune in the treasure room, it's honestly not a bad idea to rage, just because it's gonna give you a lot of chests, which means you're probably gonna find like a bronze or 2, which means you're probably gonna find a butcher. So it's not a bad idea to rage if you find like a good chance to do it, even if you don't care about score. It's just not a bad thing to do. There's one. Like, potsherds is this kind of thing that it doesn't affect the run, but it's... like technically you don't need to play for your potsherd. Like, you can just do a run where you farm potsherds exclusively, and then you do a run where you just try to clear and you don't care about bronze, but it's... In my opinion, it's gonna make your life way better if you just do both at once. So, because if you do go out of your way a little bit to get bronze during the run, then you're never gonna have to farm pots for your first clear anyway. Especially on warrior. It's why whenever you find a fortune or an affluence, I highly recommend you use it, even if you have all your promise maxed out. So by the way, these sprites, they do a range attack, but they will run up to you. You don't need to line of sight them, like the plants earlier. So. So that's a risk, right? If you're going to open a silver chest for whatever reason, make sure you stop in front of the chest and then open. Because what just happened to me there could happen, that you go to the chest, you step on a landmine, but like you don't register that, and then you open a silver chest. If the silver chest blows up, you will die. Because the silver chest does a percent of your maximum HP. So whenever you're about to open a silver chest, because maybe you were missing 8 or 4, or you care for a score, you have to stop in front of the chest for a moment, if there's a risk of a trap. Well, like I said, this goblin is like, he has a very hard hitting tank buster. It's not gonna kill you, it's just something to keep in mind. This thing, goblin rush. So since we already hit the trap in this room is now safe to navigate. So that's the upside of hitting a trap. So like we learned earlier, this guy's sound, which means we can simply walk past him. We don't have to fight him. It's not really important right now, but it's just something to get used to because we're gonna make use of that later. Typically, a monster that you don't want to fight is a monster that is not in your way to the T, right? I would say on warrior at least, that's how you should see it. So if there's a chance that you can avoid fighting a monster and it's not going to be in your way later, then you should avoid it. But like there's a little asterisk on that. It's that it depends if you're fighting something at the moment. So we're gonna go way more into time optimization when we make it to like 160 plus. It's hard to talk about optimizing your time right now because like right now time doesn't matter. So it's hard to give advice for this. So that's a landmine. If you want to practice landmines, you have a good chance to do it on this set. Because this set tends to have landmines in every floor. So if you have a lot of sites, a lot of witch chains, maybe even if you have like 3 raisings, it's not a bad idea to raising this set and just kind of like mess around the landmines. It's a good way to do it without risking your run. And it's going to be a little closer to the real landmine experience, I would say, because now the monsters, they start to be a little more sturdy. Sanctuary rank 10, man, damn. Are you close? I forgot what rank you were at. Were you the person who said you were at 8 earlier? So that's a nice steal, we'll use that. Oh yeah, almost at 9, right? Thanks for the follow, Maxim. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Lots of follows today, dude. Damn. I think I got over 10 follows. That's really nice. We actually are at 1200. Yay, nice. Oh really? There's another glamour? I thought you meant the one you buy with the cronies. What is it? Is it like you get it from an achievement maybe when you get rank 10? You need rank 10 and upgrade everything. Oh, I see. Oh, interesting. Do you know where the achievement is? Where are they in crafting and gathering? No, they're probably in exploration, right? They're under general. Yeah, where am I? Oh, there it is. Oh, there's titles as well. Okay, it's probably not... You probably don't get it from an achievement because I could not see any gear, but I saw a bunch of titles. Nice strength. Another landmine. You're gonna have to get used to hitting landmines non-stop on this set. Since this set tends to have a lot of landmines, plus it's just like a very annoying layout for traps in general. So we're gonna go out of our way for this bronze. And it is a butcher. I heard the rare monsters give you more loot when you get their droppings. Is that true? I don't know if that's true because I have a few rare monsters in my sanctuary, and I feel like when I gather from them, they give me the same things that I get from my normal monsters. So we're gonna do an AoE pull there since I have buffs running plus sight active. I did say you should not do AoE pulls there unless you have steel strength. I don't think this is something you should do too often, but why not? I'm probably gonna witching this as well, make sure that I don't die. Oh, nice fight. No landmine, boo. Alright, let's witch chain. I'm sitting at 3 witch chains anyway. Let's home gang, because maybe I can get this to blow up. Damn. So this is another kind of pull that I could do without witching. You could do this without witching, but I feel like I want to keep this reasonable. So like every time I do like a pull that I think is kind of big, I will use witching. But you could definitely do pulls like that without witching on water. It just takes you knowing your limits. So this Hornet, like I said, it will cast Final Sting. You're probably going to see Final Sting because you don't kill it fast enough. Maybe if you have Berserk, you will not see it. But yeah, Just make sure you're out of range. Just make sure you're away from the bee when the final thing happens, and you're fine. So they have different loot pools, but they are capable of dropping both. If you make them happy, they all drop the same stuff. Really? I don't even know how you make the better food, because I'm level 8. No, I'm level 7. Yeah, I'm level 7 and I still can only make the lower food. Oh, it's combining 2 vegetables from your garden, I see. Makes sense, because I think my garden is very behind. I only got like cabbage, I think. Something like that. Oh, look at that key. That is really yellow. Okay, thanks, Rax. I'll check this out after my stream, probably. Or when I take a break. I'm probably gonna eat something at some point, because I don't want to drop dead. Probably once I make it like to 150, you know? Once I start making it to the hard floors, I'm probably gonna eat something and take like a 5 to 10 minute break. But until then, I'm good to go. Maybe a little earlier, I'll see. So these down beetles, like I said, they do a charge, which hurts. You can LOS though. If you hide behind a wall, it will like kind of miss the cast, so it's something useful, keep in mind. Just make sure you don't try so hard to hide behind a wall that you hit a trap and die, you know? That's something that could happen easily. Oh, it will also do Reno Guard after a little bit, which is like, it gives it high evasion, but it doesn't really matter. Another Dawn Beetle. You can also, of course, stun it. You can stun... Every time I'm saying you can do something on the monster, you can probably also stun it. Because the monsters you cannot stun are the exception. Free rage, why not? So now I'm gonna... So I should have fortune there, because I used a rage before I saw the treasure room, so I would have actually liked to fortune so I could get more bronze chests, more punchers. It's fine. Wait, that's not a treasure room. What the? There were so many respawns in this room that I thought it was a treasure room. Okay, well, whatever. So that is a wall trap. Good thing we were already in a rage. Oh, there was a rare monster. The corrupted Centurion, I believe. The only thing that's special about them is that they don't do any AoEs, they will only attack you, and they are immune to Witch Chain for whatever reason, so you cannot use a Witch Chain against one. stun the run monster there. That's the thing, Reno attack. If this crits on tank, it would probably take about a fourth of your health if it crits. That's something to keep in mind. Most, not all, but most tank busters that you see in PotD, they can crit you. Not all, but most. So every time something hits you and it doesn't look like it did that much damage, you have to remember it can crit. So oh nice, we were missing a raising all this time, so we pull the Dung Beetle again. So these Dawn Beetles, by the way, I was talking about aggro types earlier, their proximity. So that, for example, this guy's a patrol and his proximity, so it's very hard to dodge him, you know. Because it means I basically cannot be in the hallway with him. I have to actually be like outside the room. And even then, if I'm unlucky and it goes my way like that, it's very likely they would see me. I was lucky this time, but there's another one there, so it doesn't matter. It's going to see me as soon as it's in line of sight. Proximity patrols in PotD are gonna be a recurring theme. It's gonna happen a lot on the higher force. And unfortunately, there's like almost never a way to dodge a proximity patrol, so you most of the time have to kill it. That means that when we start running into time issues, you have to plan your floor in a way that you deal with these patrols earlier if possible. Oh, that's actually the first time we got this debuff. So this debuff is really ass on Warrior. Basically, I lose my Berserk and Raw Intuition. All I can do is 1, 2, 3 felt saves. This debuff, what this debuff does is it removes all your OGCDs, basically. But we found a free Serenity, so we're fine. So this set was actually like, it wasn't that bad, right? The next set is really bad. For the monsters, the next set that we're gonna do is definitely the set where I think most people's first run dies. So if there's a good time to be paying attention, it's gonna be the next set when I explain the monsters. We're out. So this boss is very easy. He's exactly like the boss on 410. Like straight up exactly. Like he does all the same things, it's just he hurts more. Personally, I recommend you still strength all the bosses from now on. Just to save potions. And you know, like make them faster. So he's gonna tank buster me, then he's gonna do a cone. So make sure you're like not too far from him. After the cone, he's gonna do a targeted AoE on himself. Like this. After this, he's gonna do a targeted AoE on me. After this, he's gonna do an AoE on the entire room that you cannot dodge. So it's a good time to use defensives there. And then after this, he repeats. He's gonna do Tank Buster into Cone, into AoE on himself, into AoE on me, into like the room wipe. So really nothing else to say about him. I'm even gonna lost him so he goes a little faster. I was also at 3 lost, so. So it's not a bad idea, by the way, to buy some tinctures of strength for yourself. Because since tanks are so sturdy, it's not a bad idea to be using tinctures of strength whenever they're up. Whenever you're about to burst, right? Especially on the bosses, like you're like not likely to need super potions ever. So it's a good way to use that cooldown, because super potions and tinctures of strength share the same cooldown. So like for example, next time my Berserk is up, I'm gonna try to do it with the tincture of strength at the same time. I'm gonna tincture now. Was it possible to kill Behemoth on Machinist as the second meteor lands before 6.2? Yes, it was. I did an upstream Machinist run on one of my alt to get it Necro. I did a super potion strat and I killed it as the second meteor fell down. Alright, so not that bad of a set. This set is kind of a good practice to get you in the mood for like the harder stuff that's coming. Okay, next set is where we have a couple of tricky things. So 111 to 120. Oh yeah, there's a lot to go over there. So the Gidia Toad is exactly like the Toad earlier on the 11 to 20. Except this one is such a messed up like mechanic. You have to know it. So this Toad, it will do the same drawing effect, but if you are not facing it when it does it, it will stun you. It's so weird, but so like you have to face this Toad for the first 10 seconds of the fight. You have to be facing it until it does the drawing effect. It's not too bad, it's just something you have to remember, and it's something that makes this guy like very bad if you're doing some AoE pulls. So I highly recommend I highly recommend you don't do it in AoE pulls. The Leech does nothing. The Ceres, however you spell that, is also not an issue. This pudding it hurts a lot. Be very careful with these guys, especially if you're fighting multiple or like maybe like in a gloom floor or something, because this guy is gonna go in melee, gonna spam a spell that's really strong, and he's also gonna do a tank buster. So gotta be careful. Slime is exactly like the 11 to 20 slime, except this one takes much longer to kill, which means you're like in a much bigger danger to CD Enrage, which will one-shot you. So the only thing that's nice about the slime though is that it's a sound monster, so you can walk past it. I actually recommend you walk past it whenever possible. If you have a strength, you should always be able to kill it in time. If you don't have a strength, you should be able to kill it in time. But if you don't have a strength and it's something like a gloom floor, then I would start worrying about the slime. The Cobra is exactly like the one earlier, except it's actually less bad because it doesn't do the gaze anymore, the petrification gaze. But if you step on a toad trap, you will die in one shot against the Cobra. So it's still like a monster you really don't want to be stepping on traps while you're fighting. The Nanka doesn't do much, except it does a telegraph on the ground that like literally every 5 seconds, and this telegraph does a lot of damage compared to everything else. So you really don't want to be inside of it. The Salamander. This guy doesn't really do much. He has an annoying thing that makes him invulnerable, but he's not actually a threat other than that. Billacro doesn't do anything. Ochu doesn't do anything. Morbol, I'm gonna explain it more when I fight him, but this guy is tricky. You have to fight him in a specific manner or it's gonna get messy. Basically, you want to pull him and stay very close to him because he's gonna sleep you. And then right after the sleep, he's gonna start casting the cone, bad breath on you. But like he's not gonna give you time to wake up, so you have to make sure you're very close to him so you can move as soon as your sleep ends. Seedling doesn't do anything. Mimic is the same as always, and apparently there's no rare monster there, so didn't even know. But yeah, lots of monsters that we have to keep in mind for the set. I actually recommend you raising this set if you've never been on this set before. Like, even if you've ever been a few times, I would raising this set. Personally, I'm raising this set in almost all my runs, so I'm probably gonna raising there as well. Finn, I've been watching this entire time, and maybe I'm just dumb and blind, but for some reason I thought you were a Lalafell. No, you're not dumb and blind. I was a Lalafell until a few days ago, where Fantasias went on sale, and I chugged. But also, I just Fantasia a lot, so... If you watch some of my older VODs, you're gonna see that I was an aura, a female aura at some point or so. I was also a cat girl, I think, before. I was a male Alezen on an alt. I've been a lot of things. No, you're not blind. You're not blind and dumb. Am I winning? Yeah, it's doing pretty good. I mentioned this a few times. I was worried I would have nothing to talk about, but I actually have too much to talk about during the run, so. That's good. Definitely my voice is gonna start to ate itself in a few hours. Male Rodiadin 1. You know what's funny is I actually considered doing going male Rodiadin with the Fantasia sale. I didn't do it, but I considered it because I do have a male Ro that I like that I made like years ago. But I don't know. I wanted to be a girl character instead, so I went bunny. I have a few tank glamours. They're not... I like this one too. Let's use this one now. Okay. Okay, so like I said, I would recommend you raising this set if you're new. So I guess for the sake of being... well, but like, I'm not gonna pretend I don't raising this set. I raising this set myself, so... Just like a good raising there. Like, trust me, you're gonna die on this set so easily. Just raising. So all of the really problematic monsters are going to be on the higher floors. The only problematic one we have down there is the toad. So face the toad. Face it. If you don't face it, you will get stunned when he does this. And then you won't die on the tank. But if you're on a DPS, it would get kind of close to killing you if it crits. So I'm going to show you what happens when you don't face the toad. Just for explanation's sake. So if you don't face it, and you're trying to run away, you get stunned, and then you will get hit by this guarantee. So, and it hurts a lot. Like, I'm a tank, remember. Yeah, if you're doing multiples, these guys are like almost impossible to do in multiples. You really have to stop and kill it before you do anything else. So these Biceps really don't do anything. Like, we can easily pull multiple of them. They're pretty good monsters to practice multiples, I guess, if you want to. So as always, when we're navigating between rooms, there's always the risk that we're gonna hit a trap. So only move in a room when you're fighting a monster if you know you will survive the trap, right? Like, I'm not... that's something that's kind of hard to explain. I'm not going into these rooms wishing I don't hit a trap. I'm going to these rooms with a plan if I hit a trap. No, it's always at the back of my mind. But I'm not going through the rooms and being like, okay, well, if I hit a trap, I lose. You know, this is not how you should see it. You should always have a plan ready for the worst eventual. So this guy's gonna pull, unfortunately, his proximity. That's one of the monsters that I said was kind of bad. It's not that bad on the tank, but he just outputs a lot of damage, so you gotta be careful. This is an example of a chest that you don't want to check until you know its color. So this is a gold, but like if this was a silver, for example, and I just like opened it right away, I could have blown it up. So you might be thinking that using a raising there, it means that I don't find a raising again. I would say this is very rare. Like, I will almost always find a raising back before I need it. So it's why I've gotten pretty comfortable using a raising on this set almost every run. And you know, I'm an experienced runner who's using a raising on this set. So like personally, I think this is just a set where you should use raising. I'm gonna show us something. You remember that arm's length it prevents the draw-in, but I'm pretty sure you still get stunned if you're not facing. Like that. So if you arms line this guy because you think, oh, it's gonna save me from getting pulled in, you're kind of right, but he's still gonna stun you. So that's something to keep in mind. Pull 3 puddings on Astro. Yeah, I can imagine how bad that was. These guys, they really hurt. I've actually died to I died on I think Ninja. There's a job I did and I died on. No, it wasn't Ninja. It was something. I don't remember what. Maybe Bard. But there's a job I died on because I was fighting a pudding in the gloom. And then... no, I was fighting a pudding in the no item. And then the pudding respawned like near me. And then I had to fight 2 puddings in the no item and I just died. I could just not do it. It was too hard. Fortunately, I had a raising. So, you know. Raising power. I'm actually going to use this rage. And I'm going to come back for it. I think we're getting to the high enough floors now where it's fine to do this. So you really want to be careful when you hit a landmine in rage. Oh, that key is really hot. definitely the 101 to 150 stretch is like, I feel like this is the stretch where most people give up Necromancer. People like they heard about Necromancer and then they go into it. I think most people, they don't do a lot of research. And they go into it, right? And you can like get to 100 fairly easily with no like not much research. Then what happens is that you get to 101 and then you try to climb to 150 and then you're probably going to die to something you just don't know, like the slime blowing up or just the damage output of a monster. Like for example, this floor on a DPS job, this is a very high risk. I know we're only at 113, but this is a high risk floor. If I pull the pudding right now on, let's say, I don't know, Bard, I would need to drink a potion, you know? It would mess me up without a potion. So that's something to keep in mind. Also, something else to keep in mind, like right now, when you're in a Gloom floor, monsters... What Gloom does, basically, Gloom makes it so the monster moves faster. What? How did you stun me? That was weird. Okay, I don't know why I got stunned. I guess maybe if you're inside the hitbox, it counts as being behind. What was I saying? Gloom, yeah. So Gloom does three things. Gloom makes so the monsters, they take less damage, so they have vulnerability down. It makes it so the monsters, they have damage up, so more damage. Also makes the monsters move faster. And it's like significantly faster too. I think it's like, it's maybe 30% faster. It's way faster. But that includes the patrols, so that's something to keep in mind. That means the patrols are moving much faster. So you see this guy, for example, like it's easy in the Gloom to think that he's far, and then you're kind of doing something else, and then you turn around and he's like already in front of you. You know, something to keep in mind. Now I'm very interested of why I got stunned. Let me try this again. Is it when you're inside the hitbox it counts as being stunned? No. I didn't get stunned there. Okay, that was weird. I don't know why I got stunned earlier. Maybe I just like did not face it for a split second and it snapshot. That must be what happened. So there are the slimes. So I can kill one, but like I said, since you can walk past these guys, I just recommend you walk past them. It's just like an annoying monster to deal with. So. I'm gonna fight one slime just to show you how it's like, I guess. While I fight it with my Berserk, make sure I have enough burst. There's kind of a way to know when it's gonna blow up without actually counting the seconds down in your head. I'm gonna show you how I do it. So when you're pulling a slime, you're gonna see that it starts putting some kind of debuff on you, the stain, like vuln up for physical. I would say once this buff reaches like 8, you're in trouble. Like once it reaches 8, I would start sweating a little bit about this slime blowing up. Until then, you're fine. Once it's at 8, then the slime is probably like 5 to 10 seconds away from blowing up. So that's kind of the way you can dodge this. As you can see, time is just not an issue yet. And it's still not going to be an issue for quite a few sets. Very nice fight. So right there, what I did is very stupid. So I went there, right, before checking what was there. And this guy went in front of me. If I had a toad trap, like anywhere from there to there, I would be dead. which is exactly why I use the raising on this set. Like this is, it's such an easy way to die. And now that I'm fighting this guy, I of course don't want to move because, you know, like if there was a toad trap like anywhere near, I could have killed. I'm actually going to give you a tip. This is a good set to use sights and safeties just to try and not step on a trap. Like I would say, as soon as you reach floor 114, it's not a bad idea to use your sights and safeties. Even if you go down to 1, it's fine because you're gonna find them again. And it's definitely the biggest value you can get out of them, because this is the only set for a while where stepping on a trap just kills you. So I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to be using my sights and safeties, basically like 114, 115, 116, and then maybe 117 as well. Like basically all the floors where we can get cobras. It's just a good way to make use of them. So this line, so we're fighting with strength. As long as this is below 8, as long as this is below 9, you know, we're fine. So all the scoring work on this set. So scoring is awful in this set. If you have two choices, you can speedrun the set and full kill everything, or you can just full kill normally. If you full kill normally, it's not too bad, I guess. It's like you just kill all the monsters. Nothing much happens. You do AoE pulls when it's easy monsters, otherwise you just kill the hard ones alone. Though if you're trying to do a speedrun full kill, then it's really bad. Like, you're going to have to do AoE pulls with bad monsters all the time. What's probably gonna happen is you're gonna have to use witch chains and rages like non-stop. So you're probably gonna do the first like 2 to 3 floors trying to do like using no witch chains, and then it's kind of RNG. Like if you get too many toads, then it's really troublesome. If not, then you're fine. And then once you made it to like 113, when you start seeing slimes, then you need to start using witch chains because because these guys are not viable in AoE pull. Like if you AoE pull a slime, it means you need to finish the AoE pull now. Like you can't bring the slime to another room. You won't have time to AoE it down. So yeah, it's very tricky to score on this set. I mean, it's the main reason I raising this set every time, like in the score run at least. But honestly, even on a normal run, I just raising this set. It's that bad. We're at 6. We're at 7, we're fine. Man, the keys have been really high on this set though. That's kind of funny. It doesn't matter at all, but oh, there's no monster. By the way, this is a luring trap. You can tell because of the pointy tip. I'm gonna repeat it until everyone knows it by heart. It is the most dangerous trap, so it's the most dangerous looking one because it has a pointy tip, like a knife. In my head, actually, every time I look at it, it looks like some kind of bow and arrow. That's how I see it. This is Innervation. You can tell because it looks like the yin and the yang. Innervation buffs 1 stat, debuffs 1 stat, like the white and black. You know, 1 positive and 1, well, technically both are negative, but you know what I mean. 1 is going up and 1 is going down. Fortune. So we're gonna use something again to reveal. I'm gonna use a safety this time, just to make sure I don't accidentally step on something while I'm playing a Cobra. Plus the slimes. I have a free strength, nice. So this guy, this AoE, be very careful. This AoE that this guy does it hurts a lot. In fact, I can probably show it off. I don't think it's gonna kill me one shot. So he spams this, by the way. When you pull him, he's gonna do it like every freaking 5 seconds. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like it's literally every 5 seconds. I'm gonna show you how much it hurts. I don't think it's gonna kill me, but I'll on again just in case. But this hurts like way more than anything else on this set. You have to be very careful with this. Even more so because when you're not in combat with the Nenka, he's doing this AoE in other runes. In fact, if anyone watched S-Mongol, when he was trying to climb up on the Machinist, he lost a run to a Nenka AoE. Like he was fighting something else, and then after the fight ended, he was walking around. He accidentally stepped into a circle of this guy, and he died almost one shot to it. So I think he lost like 75% of his health or something like that. Really gotta be careful. Right. That's what I was saying earlier. So like I was saying, most people give up on these like the 5 sets, like the 101 to 150 stretch, because what happens is what I described. Like it's still kind of easy, like, so it's not really that challenging. Like you're not feeling very challenged, and then you die to something stupid because you just don't know it's coming. Like you die one shot to a slime, or you die one shot to an NKAoE, and then you're like, okay, I give up. Because, but like from your point of view, this content sucks because you climbed through the easy floors, and then you died on an easy floor, but you just died because of a lack of knowledge. But you have to understand, as sad as it sounds, everything below like 150 is not really deep dungeon. Like I don't know how to describe it. Like the way you play above 150 is not the same way you play below 150. Like they're two different things. Below 150, you're just kind of trying to climb. You're just trying to not die to stupid things. But like mechanically, like you're not doing anything hard. You're just killing monsters. That the monsters will never kill you unless you step on a trap or like you pull multiple of them. Then once you get past 150, I would even say once you get past 160, 170, then it's like a totally different game. Like it's totally different. It's not the same. So what happens to a lot of people is they don't know that, and then they try to get Necro. They climb up to the floors I'm on right now. They will die to something frustrating, and then they will just stop doing it because like you would be led to believe that the whole thing is just what you just did. Like you can't know how different it's gonna be above 150 if you've never been to 150 before, or if you've never watched someone doing it, you know? So it's why it's very important to know these floors good enough where you can get to them and then you just climb them, and you don't waste like dozens of attempts like dying to slimes and Nenkas and stuff like that. So I'm gonna slide again here. Like, so you have to understand like how many people I've seen on this set die and like give up on the deep dungeon. That's why this set I just say like use your raising, use your sights, use your safeties. Like just use your commanders. Like that's the point of your commanders. They're meant to be used. They're not meant to be stacked up and then you don't use them for 150 floor. They're meant to be used the entire time. Yep, Nenka combos you really hard with like everything else, so you have to be careful. The sleep is really hard to deal with if you don't know how to deal with, so I'll make sure to show you how the sleep works when I get to normal. The sleep is definitely like it's definitely the kind of thing if you don't know it's coming, it's really easy to die. You remember getting to 171 the first time and you're still scared of apes? Yeah, I mean that's exactly how it is for most people, I think. Like most people who don't give up on the lower floors, once they make it to the high floors and they start dealing with the actual like really bad monsters, are like, oh, okay, that's very different from how it was climbing up. Oh yeah, I fought this guy earlier, but I was distracted with something else. So this guy, like I said, he doesn't do anything. It's just after he's in combat for like a couple seconds, he's gonna start casting something called Musin, I don't know how you say it. But basically it's a cast that's gonna make him invulnerable for like a few seconds. You just want to stun him when he does it, just so you don't waste your time. That's it. I'm talking about the Salamander. Now, though, I have to say, the reason I think Warrior is really good is because once we get to like 171 plus, we're not going to be scared of the monsters. The monsters are going to be scared of us. That's like the upside. We're going to be scared of running out of time, but like the monsters themselves are not going to be an issue. Of course, it takes some getting used to, but like once you're... I would say once you play like a good tank, like, you know, you rotate your defensives, you use your things, then all the monsters are going to be very trivial to kill, including apes. And even better, none of them are going to require steal, unless we have like a super bad debuff spot. So you're never going to be in a situation on tank where you zone into, I don't know, like floor 178, and there's like 5 Enzus, and you're like, okay, well, I can't do anything. No, that's not going to happen on tank. On tank, you don't really care. You're just gonna fight the Enzu, even without stuff. So that's why we're gonna play up the strength of tank. The 150 boss, man, it's really tricky. It's the kind of boss that you really need to know what you're doing, but like once you do it, in execution, it's not that bad. It's like 150 is mostly just like, don't be greedy. Yes, once we make it to the high floors, your number one enemy on tank is time. And 180, right? 180 is a wall, and then the other wall is time, but you're not gonna get walled by the monsters you fight. So this is the cast I was talking about, Musin. You want to interrupt or stun it? So 180 is going to be interesting because I was actually planning to do some kind of like alternate strat for it, but I did not have time to research it. So I'm probably going to be doing the normal strat, but I still want to try and simplify the normal strat. So I'm still not sure how I'm going to do it. We'll see, I guess. So there, I said I said you were probably going to find a raising again, but I found it instantly. So it's just like, it's just very rare that you don't find a raising that you use on this set, so... I heard debuffs. No knockback, so this is only this only affects us if we rage. So this is a treasure room. Oh yeah, this is something you should not do, but I'm gonna show you, like, I guess, like, things you can do that you might not think of. So I found a free loss in that chest. You remember when I said loss was a AoE skill, which means I can do something like that. I can witching the monsters, I can loss them. Very easy. Lots of damage. Now, should you do something like that on your first hero run? No, I don't think you should do something like that. But I guess it's something I get to show off. If you're like interested in doing more advanced strategies, these are ways you can utilize your lust outside of bosses. Now, of course, when I did that, I used a safety before. I did not mention it, but whenever the risk of a trap would kill me, I will safety, basically. So like in this case, if I had a trap while I was going in, I would obviously die, so I use a safety. Get rid of it. Okay, I'm gonna show the Morbol. So the Morbol is gonna do a sleep followed by a cone. The thing is, he's really rude, and when he does the sleep, he's not gonna wait for it to wake up. So like, you see there? I can only move at the very end, which means when I'm fighting this guy, as soon as you pull him, you want to be as close as possible. And then get ready to move across when he sleeps you, like when you wake up. If you don't do that, you're gonna get hit by the cone, which puts like 7 debuffs for you. So... yeah, trying to outrange him can work sometimes, but I don't recommend. It's better to just do the close range strat. Now, if you do get it, I guess I might as well show off what happens if you get hit by the bad breath. I have time, so... yeah, I'm gonna show you what happens if you don't do what I said. So if you pull him, and you don't go close to him, and you kind of fight at max range, max melee, like that, he's gonna... and let's pretend he did not wake me up, because sometimes he wakes you up. You're gonna get hit by this, which puts like a bunch of debuffs on you, and like this will be very annoying. It's probably not gonna kill you on tank. It's just annoying to deal with. Though if you were pulling multiple monsters, this would maybe kill you. Like if you had like a couple monsters on you. When he's alone, it's not really gonna kill you. It's just something you should do to save your sanity, because it's not fun dealing with all these debuffs. Unfortunately, there's like a million monsters in the way, so we're gonna have to kill them. By the way, the reason the sleep is not doing anything to me now is because the sleep has diminishing returns. So like the more they sleep you in a short period of time, the more resistance you build up. But don't like take this for granted. Just always stay close to it, so this way you don't get caught off guard. Easier to deal with. Okay, so we have a free strength going to the boss. It's good. Something you can do, by the way, that I've not done yet. If you find a free strength on the 9th floor, like, you know, the floor before the boss, if you want to make sure you have the strength for the boss, what you can do is you can just do the floor without that strength, and then when the key is open, go back for that strength, pick it up, and then go to the boss, right? If you do that, then you're sure to have that strength for the boss. Personally, I don't care too much, so I don't do that, but it's an option. By the way, this guy, he keeps casting Stone Skin, It's really nothing that matters. It's just when he has allies close, he's gonna cast some kind of like very weak shield on them. It really doesn't matter. So I'm gonna do it bad there. So that's the thing though. When this guy sleeps you, there's a chance that he's gonna sneak in another attack at the same time. If he does that, then you're gonna be able to run out like I did. The reason that we do the strat that we're close though is that he doesn't always do that. So if he does not do that and you were like somewhere where I am, the cone is gonna hit you no matter what. You're not gonna have time to run out. That's why we do the strat. It just means that if you mess up, right, and you forget to do the strat, it's not hopeless. There's a chance that he's gonna wake you up with another attack before the cone. And if that happens, well, just be glad you were lucky. Like I said, it's not gonna kill you on tank anyway. It's just something to keep in mind. Like it's like why do things wrong when you could do them right? I guess. You know, like, how to put it, like, I could stay in this AoE, like, you know, like, I could just put a tank buster, go in this AoE. It's just, I don't think it's a good, it's not a good habit to start being greedy in deep dungeons on GCDs and stuff like that. Because, like, it works on these lower floors, but then once you make to the higher floors, then being greedy starts, like, you know, losing you 15 hours of progress. So it's better to just build up good habits on the lower floors. Even if you can technically tank the things, I would rather run all of them. So this boss. So this is a boss usually I would like to have steel for. I have only 2 steels. I don't really want to use one. When you're doing a boss on tank and you don't have a steel for whatever reason, so just so I can clear this up, every boss on tank you can do it without steel. It's probably going to require you to drain potions or like just be better at using your defensives and you know, things that heal you. So it's fine if you don't have steel, so I'm not gonna steal. I have a lust for this guy. I'm gonna show you a way to do the lust more effectively. So first, this guy, he's gonna do a tank buster. He's like the boss we fought earlier. He's gonna do tank buster into this circle on himself. After that, he's gonna do a circle on me. After that, he's gonna do a room-wide AoE that you cannot dodge. Okay, after that, he's gonna do the phase where he starts spamming line AoEs on me and some ads spawn. So these ads are significantly more tanky than before, but we don't want them to get final state up. So what you do there, you lost when he starts this phase. And then you're gonna spam lost on the boss, simply. By doing this, you're gonna kill both the bees, which saves you some trouble. Like, it means you don't have to care about them on this rotation. Get your 5 stack on, and then just do the fight normally. But it's just a way to save some time, you know? Now we're gonna have to do the next bees normally, but like it's just a way to save time on the first set of bees. So I'm gonna show you 2 strats. Well, I guess technically 3 strats. Well, that was the first strat for the bees. So you can do what I did. You can do lost, kill all of them very fast. Second strat is simply you kill 1 bee, not 2, only 1. So we're gonna kill 1 there. Then you leave the other one alive. So like this is the 3rd line AoE. Shortly after the 3rd line AoE, this bee is gonna start casting Final Sting, which will do a lot of damage to me. So I'm gonna be ready by being full health and using defensives. Now Final Sting is there. This will do a lot of damage to me. But if it's only one bee, it will never kill me. It will only do like 80% of my max health. So that's the second way to do the bees. You kill only one and you tank the other one. I would say this is the DPS optimal strat. Like if you want the most DPS, that's how you do it. And now the third strat is simply you kill the bees. Like you kill both of them. You should have time to kill both of them easily. Even without Berserk, you should have enough time. So if it makes you stressed to be low health, just kill both bees. If you don't have strength, you maybe don't have time to kill both of them. But it's fine because if you only have time to kill one of them, then you adjust, right? And you just make sure you're full health. So the bees are there. I guess I can show you a fourth strat technically. If you're especially lazy and you really want the maximum amount of DPS you can get, you can also just tank and bomb the bees, right? So you wait until they start casting Final Sting, and then you on gang like that. And now they're not gonna kill you. Well, that's an option. I don't like doing that personally. I prefer to keep my tank invuln for if I do something dumb. But if you want a maximum amount of DPS, you can do this. All right. Well, that was every way to do this boss in a single fight. Not bad. Next set. Let me put this web browser. So next set is the 121 to 130. Has a few annoying monsters in it. The Dullahan does nothing, so we don't care. The Pterok also does nothing. Okay, the Biast. This guy is probably I've seen this guy kill people like countless times. So this guy by itself, he's not that bad. All he does is, after being in combat with you like 5 seconds, he's gonna apply Paralyze to you. Paralyze, if you don't know, is like a debuff that has, it's like a 30-second debuff. But every 3 seconds, it has a RNG chance to stun you for like a second, right? So it's RNG. So what happens with the Biast is quite often you're going to be fighting a Biast and he's going to put the Paralyze on you because you can't avoid it. And then you're going to die to some AoE on the ground. Like, the Biast is going to do an AoE after, which will not kill you if it hits you, but it hurts. But what's likely to happen is you're going to die to some other monster doing an AoE under your feet at the same time. So that's something to keep in mind. This is not as bad on tank, because on tank you're very sturdy, so like you're probably not going to die. But they're still like a very important monster to keep in mind. I would actually avoid fighting them if possible. Spriggan does nothing of note. He does small AoEs in other rooms, which is like why I'm saying the Biast is dangerous. Like you can't get combo with a Spriggan. The Turtle is, as always, just does a big circle, you run out of it. Waver hurts, don't pull too many of them. Minotaur is like earlier, except he hurts more. So when he starts doing the spin on himself, you want to stun him or run away. Basilic does the petrification cone thing, just make sure you're not in front of him. Centaur does nothing. Effigy does nothing. Skeleton will sleep you for a good length of time, and then he'll wake you up almost instantly. Just make sure you're not fighting multiple monsters when you're fighting a Skeleton. Eurolit doesn't do much, though he kind of hurts. If you leave him alive for a long time, he's gonna start spamming tank busters. I really don't know like the pattern of his attacks that much, but he starts to hurt if you leave him alive for too long. Unique monster is kind of cool, honestly, but it doesn't matter. Mimic is the same as always. Title update if you want. Yeah, I am very bad at updating my stream title, if you could not tell. I remember once every 40 floors. Alright. Let's go. Next set. So you remember when I said you should use food non-stop, starting from 100? I forgot to use food every single time. So I guess it just shows you how strong this job is. But you should definitely be using food. Don't do what I said. Don't do what I do. So Spriggan is only gonna cast things on me. He's gonna do some AoE sometimes. No big deal. I'm gonna use the strength to speed up the early floors. No reason not to. So I did say you want to avoid the Biasts if possible, but like don't go too much out of your way to avoid them. Like if it's in your way, just kill it, you know? It's just like, I meant it more in the sense that if you have multiple options, then the Biast is probably your last option to choose from. Well, what floor are you on, Ben? Now I've not been able to watch your stream in a while now. Are you close to end game set, end game file? I mean. So we did not get a lot of potsherds through this. We've been skipping a lot of runes, but like you gotta remember we use like, I don't even think we used 10 pots for the entire run so far. So like maybe we're not getting a lot since we're skipping you know, many runes, but like we're not using any either. So oh, the worst RNG you've ever seen. That feels, you know, that's it's funny because when I get a fight with like very bad RNG, I'm almost like, I don't know how to put it. It feels, how to put it? Like when I get something with really bad RNG for score, it makes me want to push that run to the max even more because I'm like, I want to see how far I can push the terrible run, you know? I mean, it's kind of messed up, I guess, but definitely when I have like a very bad score, a very unlucky score run, I want to push it to the end. I'm so curious to see like what kind of score I can get from it. So like for example, my samurai, I think I got 184, but I died twice. And I was like, damn, like even with all that shit luck, it still got 1.85. But you know, I'm more of a... I prefer like being consistent than being the best. Very nice raising. This set is also not a bad raising set. I would say it's... honestly, I would say you're perfectly fine if you're raising this set and the one before. But maybe before using a raising on this set, I would wait until you picked up. But this is definitely like the other easy set to tie on. Nice pot shirt. So I know I've talked a lot, by the way. I hope I've been given good advice for. I don't know, no one has really commented on it yet, but I hope my advice has helped some people. I know earlier someone said they learned something when I mentioned affluence adds 2 to 3 chests. So that's good. Someone can take something away. I do want this VOD to be as how to say, I want to try for this VOD to be as good as possible, as clear as possible, and to clear, of course, you know, to finish the run. Because then I want this VOD to be like the kind of like the go-to if someone wants to do a warrior run, right? I want some people to be like, oh, if you want to do a warrior run for your first clear, if you want to get necro on your first clear, you need to watch this VOD, right? That's what I would like if this VOD became. Maybe that's a little pretentious. I don't know. It's just I feel like we're missing like warrior resources, and as much as I would like doing a natural guide, like, you know, a natural guide like Sig, I just don't have the video editing talent to do that, and I'm not really willing to learn like video editing. I just don't like doing it, so that's the best I can do. Well, I can do written guides, right? But there's like the written guides are good, but you need like a visual support also. I think on the first clear, when you're trying to clear for the first time, it's more important to have visual support than it is to have a written guide. I remember myself when I got my first clear, I used Angelus Red Mage tutorial VODs. And they were like amazing. Like I watched them twice. I watched the entire VOD twice. So I watched the 15 hours, and then I watched the 15 hours again, and then I finally went in. After 30 hours of watching VODs. Though, to be fair, I watched the VODs while I was working, so. Yeah, that sucks, Ben. When your time is really good, but it's only because you got unlucky, it's like, you know, it's like thank you for nothing. It's kind of like when your time is bad, like you're going too slow, and then the next floor you zone into is like a 3-room, and then you're like, okay, that's good for time, but fuck you, no, like, like it's good because now you're gonna save time, but it's also bad because it's a 3-room. Always makes me laugh. I think that's the first guest we fight. So yeah. So right shortly in combat, after the combat, he's gonna battleize me, and this is how you lose a run against Biast, is you pull something else by mistake, like a patrol, and then you get paralyzed inside an enemy. I'm gonna show you how to deal with this debuff, by the way. I think this is kind of important. The paralyze is gonna come up a few times. There are ways to try and help deal with this debuff. So the way paralyze works is it's RNG. Every few seconds it will like basically roll a dice to see if it stuns you. Now the way the stun works is it will stun you, right? So you can't do anything else, but it will not stop your momentum. So a way you can try to help the paralyze, which I hope he's gonna do it again someday, please. He should do it again. A way to offset the paralyze, if you keep jumping, it's gonna be hard to show it off, but if you keep jumping, if you get stunned at the beginning, look like that, right? If you get stunned as you start the jump, the momentum is still going to carry you through the end of your jump. So if you have this debuff paralyze and you're trying to get out of AoEs, keep jumping. If you keep jumping, you're gonna like carry your momentum if you get stunned at the beginning of the jump. I don't know if that made sense, but that's actually fairly important if you're dealing with this debuff. Another thing I've been doing that I realize I have not explained at all. You may have noticed that every time I'm using a commander, I'm jumping. It's not because I want to show off. It's there's a reason for that. I'm gonna show you with my intuitions after this guy. Nice try. So the reason I keep jumping every time I do my commanders, so you can see when I'm moving, right? If I stop to use a commander, well, sorry, let me rephrase. When I'm moving, if I use a commander, it's gonna stop me, right? Look, I can't move when I'm doing the commander. Now, if I jump at around the same time, it's kind of a timing you have to get used to. But if you jump at the same time as you use a commander, you're actually gonna carry the momentum forward, right? It's exactly the thing I was describing with Paralyze, except it's an animation instead. So if I... So you saw it, that stopped me when I use Intuition. If I'm jumping, look what's gonna happen. You see that? It's like I start the animation, but I jump at the same time, which means for a little bit of the animation, I'm actually like moving through the momentum. I'm gonna do it again, like that. This means that I need to spend less time standing still doing my commanders. Now you might be like, that is so incredibly irrelevant. Like this saves you, I don't know, like a quarter of a second. But you know, if you're using hundreds of commanders, that's still like you're saving, I would say, a good amount of time by doing that. And it also helps because if you happen to use a commander at the same time as a monster in another room decides to shoot at your feet, well, that little momentum that you get is, there's a chance that it's gonna get you out of that AoE, and otherwise you would have gotten it. So I actually recommend you start doing that. It's a very good thing to do. I'm gonna do it with the strength, for example. Jump, use, like that. This way we save time. Someone came to ask how your run was going, and you said, well, I'm literally sitting on the floor. I mean, to be fair, score running is like, it's getting a little more popular, but you can tell yourself, right? It's a lot of like very small things that you have to know. So I would not. There's no way that someone would know that this means this is a bad score run, right? Unless they were a score runner themselves. But like, yeah, if I see you sitting on floor 68 with like 44 minutes left on the clock, then yeah, I probably know that you had a bad time. Oop, I was talking and not paying attention. We actually need to go the other way. Sorry. Oh, that person was Aurora. To be fair, Aurora does not have a lot of score runs under his belt. He keeps doing literally any run he can think of to not do score run. Like, dude, what was it? When he did the Scholar no fairy run, I was like, come on, man. That's like, it's such a specific challenge, like the no fairy run. It's like, I don't know, it's like if I was doing a warrior run and I was like, okay, this is a no infuriate challenge run, you know? It's like so specific. What the hell? Like, okay, we're gonna do a warrior no reprisal challenge run. Talking of score runs though, Angelus is supposed to be doing a score run on Red Mage someday. I think once he's done with Astro Jail, he's gonna do this Red Mage run. Okay, the Minotaur, like I said, this guy is like earlier. You want to make sure that you're either away or stunned when he does the AoE. If you get hit by it, it's not gonna kill you, but it's like, you know, don't really have a reason to get hit by it. It's gonna knock you back, so... No card Astral Run, huh? I mean, if you want to fall asleep, I guess that's something. I'm not even sure I would make it to 150 before I fell asleep on a no card Astral Run, because you would actually just be spamming like Combust and Gravity. That's it. My god, it's so hot in my room, man. Can't wait for winter. Then I can't wait to complain about winter when it's winter, and then in winter I'm gonna be saying I can't wait for it to be summer. But that's how it is. I'm going to let this one hit me with the AoE, just so you see what it's like. It's like I said, it's trying to be a knockback, and it hurts a fair bit. It's not gonna one-shot me though. So it's like if you forget, it's gonna do that. Just like if you're gonna get hit by it, at least make sure you move out of like don't get knocked into a room where there might be a trap. That's it. So this blew up. This did 70% of my of my max health. We have a side. Wow, we have not seen a side in a really long time, so feels good. This Wyver, like I said earlier, just watch out for its burst of damage. Don't pull multiple if possible. And we go. So there is still this set, and the next set, I would say, are the sets where there will be no time issues whatsoever. And then starting from 141, is the first set where I would say some people start running into time issues. Personally, I would say you should not run into time issues until 171, maybe 161, yeah. I think you should not run into time issues until 161, but I know some people, they have trouble before that. So as soon as we get into 141, we're gonna treat time seriously. Which mostly it's gonna be early on. I'm just gonna show you like how you should be playing the set to have enough time. Right now it doesn't matter because like there's no way you would run out of time on these sets unless you had to go AFK for 15 minutes to take care of your kid or something. Like, if you're actually playing the game, there's no reason you should run out of time. Yeah, of course. Of course, 150 is like I go with the expectation that someone's not gonna die on it. Like if someone dies on it, then they have to use a raising. Well, that's different. But my expectation is that someone is not gonna die on it. Also, personally, I'm not a fan of I'm a very not much of a fan of like, you know, like, oh, don't strength 150 if you have time to. No, 150 in my opinion, you should always lost strength on tank. Like there's no reason not to do it, which means you only need about like 10 minutes for it on tank with these two commanders. That gives you 50 minutes to do the rest of the floors, which is more than enough time. We're gonna stun him. If someone is running into time issues on the 141 set, like it's hard for me to imagine why. And also, I noticed that most of the time, people who have time issues this early on, they're not really people who record the run. So like, I'm kind of guessing. But I think I think people who run out of time and they don't understand why is because they try too hard to dodge monsters. And I feel like it's easy to think. How to put it? I feel like it's easy to think that you save time by waiting a minute for a monster to move, right? I feel like it's easy to trick yourself in thinking, okay, that was a good move because I waited for this guy to move for a minute. And then you feel like you did something right, but then you did something wrong, you know? Because like the monster that you waited a minute to move, you could have killed it in 30 seconds instead, you know? And I feel like most people who run into time issues early on, it's what happens. But that's a gut feeling. They almost never record their run, so it's hard for me to tell. We're gonna be putting a lot of emphasis. I don't know you said, but we're gonna be putting a lot of focus on pulling non-stop once we make it to 141. Like really, the secret for tank, the way you save time on tank is you have to pull non-stop. Pulling non-stop, by the way, is pulling non-stop. Like it's not, if you fight a monster and you kill it and then you move around the map for a minute and then you fight something after that minute, that's not fighting non-stop. Like that's different. That's the opposite of what you should be doing. Fighting non-stop is you are fighting a monster for 30 seconds and then while you're moving around the map, you're fighting another monster. And then once that monster dies, you pull another monster. You know, that is fighting non-stop. Like if you have to stop and wait for things to move, or like if you're just exploring, that is not fighting non-stop. Which is maybe hard to adjust if you're playing something like Machinist. But like to be honest, on Machinist you should be doing the same thing, because on Machinist you can actually attack when you're moving. So you have no reason to be moving from point A to point B without a monster on your ass, you know. But anyway, we're gonna go all over that once we make it to the real force. Until we're there, it's mostly just knowing the monsters and making sure you don't die to something. And I would say it's almost always a trap. Like if you die below that, it's almost always because you ran somewhere. Because I don't know, like you were in a bad AoE and you thought you would have to move out, and then you move into a room and you hit a trap. Or because you're like, oh, I don't want to use a witching, you know, and then you fight like too many monsters and then you die because you underestimated the danger, right? Like maybe I'm playing this a little too safe, you know, but it's like I don't want to. You don't have to play risky on these sets, right? So look, that's the way you die, right? Like I get slept into an AoE and then, you know, it's kind of messed up and I'm like, oh man, there's too many monsters, what do I do? And then, you know, just witching. Like don't try to fight through something that you're uncomfortable when you have like all these witches. Just use them. And like, you know what, like, so you use a witching on the bat pool, like you're killing the monster, like maybe you're not killing them fast enough like that. Well, you know what you do in this case? You witching again, dude. Like, that's it. Don't try like too hard to save your commanders. Just use them. That's the reason you have commanders. Even on this floor. I'm gonna tell you a funny story. I used to be, when I played games, RPGs mostly, I used to be the kind of person that I would, but everyone does this, right? Like you're playing Skyrim, right? And you keep finding potions, and then you're like, okay, I'm gonna use that potion when the time's right. And then you finish the game with all your potions left. You know, like everyone does this, right? I used to do this also. So one day I used to have a PlayStation Vita. Rest in peace, Vita. I bought a game called Atelier. What's it called? Atelier Rorona, I think. It's kind of a game that's it's a JRPG, but where the concept of the game is that you're supposed to craft items. But like how to put it, like your JRPG team is really weak, and so the way you do battles in this game is you need to craft consumables before you go into battle, and then you need to use your consumables in the battle because like your team just sucks if you don't use like consumables. I swear, like since I played this game, and I just kind of like, because like in this game in Atelier, it just doesn't work to save your consumables, because if you save them, your team sucks. Like it just doesn't do anything. And after I played this game, it opened my eyes to like, now I'm the total opposite. Like if I find a resource in a game, I will use it. I will use it like at the first chance I get to, because it's like, I know that if I don't use it when it's right, I know if I wait for the perfect time to use it, I will never use it. No, so, and I think that's kind of an important mindset to have, especially on tank. It's better to, and I wouldn't even say deep dungeons in general. It's almost always better to take a bad decision quick. Well, you know, like bad in quotes, like bad, not in the sense that you would die. Like let's say, it's almost better to take an unoptimal decision quick than it is to take an optimal decision slowly in deep dungeon. It's better if I just do something right away and I don't really care if it's optimal or not, than if I wait too long and then do it. Gonna give you an example. Like let's say I have very bad debuffs right on the floor, and I'm unsure if I want to Serenity the floor. And then, you know, I'm like kind of like, I'm thinking about it for like 2 minutes, and I'm kind of checking chest, not sure what I'm gonna do. And then, you know, I decide to Serenity, but it's better if I just Serenity right away when I go into the floor, you know, like, because now I saved 2 minutes. Maybe Serenity was not the right call, but like, you know, I saved 2 minutes at least. So anyway, that's my mindset for these kind of things. Almost every single one of your early deaths was due to trying to save your resource. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. I mean, you're not the only one, Ben. I've watched a lot of people doing runs over the last 2 years. And that is the number one way someone dies, is they do something bad happens, they panic, but like they still have that reflex of not using their resource. It's not even that they panic and don't use their resource because of it. It's that they panic, but they're trying too hard to save the witch chains or whatever. You know? Yeah, witch chain has saved your ass multiple times. I could believe that. Witch chain is just really good. Now, of course, you don't want to witch chain like every. Well, no. Let me put it differently. I think you want to witch chain whenever you have like a very bad situation. But now, if you end up using witch chain like 4 times on each set, it's not because you're using too many resources. It's because you're playing like you're doing weird things, right? If you have to witch chain 4 times on each set, it's because you're doing weird things. It's not because you're using too many resources. It's like 2 different problems. Like if you're hitting 5 blurrings on every set, and while you're fighting monsters, then you're doing something wrong. It has nothing to do with the resources you're using. I saw such a... I was watching the StarCraft 2 videos of some guy. Harmstone, and the example he gave was like, because he was watching a low elo game, right? And one of the guys, well, I don't know how I can explain this in a way that everyone will understand, but like one of the guys, let's say when the game starts, you're supposed to send your workers to work to gather minerals. And one of the guys, he had an issue where sometimes he would accidentally hit a keybind that made all his workers stop moving, which is really bad because now they're not gathering anymore. But what he noticed is that the guy, that problem happened so often to the guy that he had a plan. Like whenever he accidentally hit that key that stopped his worker, he had a plan where he would like select 50% of them, send them to the left, and then he would select 50% of them and send them to the right. Like he had a plan in place for when that mistake happened. But then like he noted that like if you're doing a mistake that often, like you should not find a solution to the mistake. You like, how to say, like you should fix the mistake. Like I'll not find a solution for the mistake. I don't know if that makes sense. It's kind of what I mean with witching. Like if you have to use witching constantly, like 5 times on each set, and the solution is not to save your resource more. The solution is to stop running into situations where you need to witch. That was a lot of words for nothing much. Yeah. Stop treating the symptoms and fix the problems. That's exactly what I meant. You just use like 100 less words, but that's what I meant. So I've not been talking a lot about this the actual gameplay or set. It's because we saw all the problematic monsters already. All the monsters on the last floors are not problematic. So all the really bad ones were early on. So we're just kind of killing everything 1v1 until we're out of this set. The boss on this set is I would say it's rough, but well, it's rough. It's an easy boss to die to, especially if you're playing DPS. On tank, it's not too bad. You know, to be fair, BSO, it's chaining no items like non-stop. It happens sometimes, but I'm gonna be honest with you, it happens rarely. Like the times I've gotten no items 3 times in a row, it definitely happened. Like, I don't know, like I have like, when total between MLI and UTD, I probably have over 100 runs. That specific like getting no items non-stop, it's probably happened less than 3 times, maybe 3 times at most. But yeah, that can totally happen. Okay, well, so something about one item that's interesting. So this is a warrior tutorial run. The upside of warrior, one of the reasons I think it's a really good job, is because no item is not a game ender for warrior. In fact, if we get no item with nothing else, like if we just get a raw no item debuff, we can probably do the floor with no issues for the entire run, right? So we're not actually gonna be at the mercy of like no item, unless we keep getting, like, if we keep getting something like no ability, no item, it's different. But you're not gonna get no ability plus no item 3 times in a row. Now that would be pure insanity. You might get no item a few times. On warrior though, it's not an issue. It's not an issue if it's coupled with something like no ability. Sight, nice. That's luring. Pointy tip. Luring. By the way, this guy, I did mention it a few times and showed it, but when he sleeps you, it's not an issue if you're fighting him 1v1, because what he does after the sleep is he just runs up to you and he wakes you up instantly. So only an issue if you're fighting multiple monsters. Also, you can totally stun before he sleeps. That works too. Already 7 hours of stream, damn. That went quick. It doesn't even feel like 7 hours. It feels like 3 hours, man. That is a toad trap because it looks like a toad. Should open now, yes. So we're gonna try and steal. We don't need to, but it's just gonna save you potions and save your sanity, because this is a pretty long fight otherwise. Also, I'm gonna lose if I'm 3. I'm at 3. I think I am. Yeah, I am. So this boss is all you've probably noticed, but all the bosses we're facing are like a copy of the earlier ones, but they're like usually they just hit harder or do a couple things different. This guy is mostly the same. He's gonna do Tank Buster, then he's gonna do a puddle of fire. After that, he's gonna do a puddle of ice. Now he's gonna do Tank Buster again. Now he's gonna do puddle of fire. Then he's gonna do puddle of ice, and then he's gonna do the middle thing where we have to follow him again, but he's gonna do it really fast this time. So we don't want to wait. We want to go there right away. The fair itself thing is really fast cast. And then we just repeat this. So he basically does 4 puddles, fire, ice, and then we run into the middle. And I would say a good strat for melee, you just kind of stay in the middle there. Just stay in the middle and move slightly outside the puddles, like that. It's a way where you don't have to like run all over the damn place to get your stuff. Now this is the 4th one. After this one I want to go middle. There. And I just go middle. And I go back. And we do that for 5 minutes. Or however long that is. That's the first one. It's very easy when you're fighting this boss, like you kind of like zone out and you lose track of like the order of things. If you lose track of the order of things, just wait until he does an ice puddle, and as soon as he does ice, go in the middle. Even if it's like not the correct one, it'll work out. Because he always does this thing after the 4th puddle, which is always ice. So let's say I zoned out right there, but let's say I'm not paying attention right now, and now I don't remember like how many puddles he did. As soon as he does ice, I will do as if he was doing the 4th one. So like I would go mid now, and then I'm like, oh, okay, he's not doing the thing right, so okay, now I know that he's about to do the 3rd. Just an easy way to, if you lose focus, which you will lose focus sometimes on tank, because takes a while to kill the bosses. In fact, if you want to be really safe, you can just go in the middle after every ice puddle, and then if he doesn't do the thing, just go back, you know. That's fire. Ice. I will show you what happens if you don't respect the mechanic. It's gonna be some kind of fear that CCs you, so you're gonna run around with it. It's probably not gonna kill you on tank, but like you really don't want to get hit by this. It just hurts. It might kill you if you are not stealed, and then you get unlucky like I did, and you run through the puddles, right? But like, just don't get hit by it, you know. That's the second one. Alright, so this set is over. Now I'm gonna do the next one. So, next set. The next set is, I would say, is the last easy set. Like, this is the last set where you don't really have to be thinking and you just kind of kill everything and you go on. So this is gonna be the last easy one. After that, we're gonna be starting to respect the content a little more. Though I would say it doesn't really get hard until 161. So anyway, let me put this thing in web browser. So, whoops, wrong button. So we're going to 131. It has some problematic monsters. The Palace Soul is not a problem, does nothing. The Dormant has a pretty high DPS, so you gotta watch out for that. The Edda does nothing. The Ogre does almost nothing. He does have a big AoE that he likes to spam. It doesn't do that much damage, but it can easily make you panic and run into rooms, so watch out for this. Ironman is a #1 danger on this set. So this is a patrol that casts stones. And when it's close to you, it's going to start casting something called... I don't even remember what it's called. I think it's called Petrify. It's straight up, it's just a cone in front of it on telegraph that will petrify you for, I believe, 15 seconds. So odds are, if you get hit by this, you're probably dead if you're fighting more than one monster. And if you're fighting only the Ironman, you might even be dead if you don't have steel. So this guy is like the top danger. Like this guy, you need to respect it to the max. I would even recommend, if you're fighting something and you pull an Ironman by mistake, pay a lot of attention and maybe even witching if you are too scared, because like this is how you will lose your run on this set. Mummy is like before, he does a cone that stuns, so make sure you're not inside. Guard does nothing. The Kato, how do you even pronounce that? The Kato Blepas, he does a cone, a sight, a gaze cone that you don't want to be looking at, or I think it will minify you, which is like a big nerf to your damage and defense. And then he does a AoE on the ground that you want to step out. The Dak is pretty bad. He puts a big slow on you when you fight him. 30 seconds movement speed slow, which is not a problem too much if you're fighting this guy alone. But the thing is that debuff might lead into issues like you're pulling, like you accidentally pull a patrol because you're too slow or stuff like that. So just gotta watch out for that. Monk is pretty bad. It's like the frog and it's like the monks earlier. It will pull you in after like about 10 seconds. And then he will follow up with a telegraph on himself. Just be careful with this guy if you're fighting multiple monsters, or if you're like, you know, like if there's a risk you would pull you into a trap. Also, if you're fighting, especially if you're fighting an Ahriman, if you're fighting this guy, the Ahriman, and a Kraken at the same time, a monk, be very careful because you can get one boat. Like, if he pulls you in, there's a chance you're gonna get petrified by the Ahriman at the same time and then you're just dead. Watch out for it. Troubadour does nothing. He does so little that you can actually dodge his damage. That's kind of funny. I'll show you. Taurus kind of hurts. Be careful. Rare is pretty cool, but doesn't do much. Maybe it doesn't matter. Okay. Level 5 Petrify. Yeah, that's correct. That's how it's called. Definitely the most dangerous thing on the next set. So we gotta watch out for that. I've lost runs to Petrify before. Lots of runs. At least 5. I think. So. Alright, we're going to 131. Let me update this there. Hey, I remembered to update my title this time. Are you proud? So this is not a bad set to use a raising on, but I would hesitate a little more now, because like now it's starting to be less likely that you're gonna find your raisings back. It's just something to, like, if this set stresses you out, perfectly fine to use a raising. Then no issues. So, you know, just something to keep in mind. Personally, I will not use one there. Because this set is less bad than the last two, right? So, like, it doesn't make sense to raising this one, in my opinion. Hey, you cleared Evil High? Congrats, man. Big congrats, Riven. After 3 timeouts. So it was your 4th run? So I assume if you set timeout, I assume you were doing this on tank, right? Probably Gunbreaker or Warrior. Congrats to you. On Warrior, huh? Maybe you're gonna be interested in doing Warrior and POTD as well next. Which honestly, between you and me, I think Warrior in POTD is easier than Warrior in Avalon High. But that's my opinion. Okay, Ahriman, this guy, most dangerous monster in the world. You have to respect this monster. Like, trust me, like you would think it's easy, and it is. But look, like right away I do a mistake, right? I pull the Ahriman and the Gorman at the same time. Now I'm gonna make sure I use my defensive. I will not on-target this Ahriman. I will respect it. So when he does the crown, move behind him. I highly recommend you target the Ahriman and only kill the Ahriman first. If you're in a pinch, you can also stun the Ahriman. He's stunnable. So there's another patrol there. I'm going to be using even more defensives. That's how you die on this set. Like you're fighting something, then you get run into by patrols, and one of them is very dangerous, the Ahriman. So you just gotta keep your eyes open for this. Honestly, if I was in that situation as a newer player, I would not even have been mad if I use a witching or a steal. Like this could have been a tricky situation. So, you know, if that pull made you feel uncomfortable, would have been perfectly fine to steal or witching this. Or, alternatively, it would have been also fine to use a raising, you know? Just like you're a little worried maybe that you're gonna die. So like just use not really a panic raising, but like a confidence raising, right? Like you see that you're doing something that's kind of risky, so you're like, okay, I'm gonna use a raising, just that also would be fine. Trapped in this room. On most jobs or new runners, this would be emergency status. I'm gonna be honest, Ben. It's hard sometimes to. There's no way I'm gonna say this in a way that doesn't sound pretentious, but it's hard. It's hard to put yourself back down to like new player level when you've been doing this for so long, right? So like in my head, this was not really a panic moment, but inside, I think this was a kind of pull that you lose your run to, like when you're starting out. So you know, I agree with you there. I think this is a kind of pull that if this happened to you, I think you should have witched this, just to give you time to think, right? Or like use a raising, you know, or like maybe you use a safety and then you start running, you know, around the room. Make sure that you have room to kite. There's a lot of things you could do. There's a lot of things you can do, but if you're a new player, you don't really have time to think about what you can do, so you should probably witching to give you time to think. You got ambushed by 5 Airymen on your first time? Yeah, that sounds like you would die instantly. I'm pretty sure I would die instantly to 5 Airymen. Hey, thanks for the follow. Hidri, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And the loss is back. Nice. You should really not worry about finding your loss back, by the way. I would say you find at least 2 lost on like almost every set, so really it's not something you should worry about too much. Yeah, if I got petried with the 2 Gormans on me, would I die? I might not have died if I had defensives up, but I would probably die if I had no defensives up. So you're right. But I think that's the takeaway from these kind of encounters. Like if you are doing a pull, and then for some reason you accidentally pull something else, first thing is don't start doing AoE. Like if you accidentally pull 3 monsters, don't start doing AoE when you start being on the higher floors. I would say we're starting to be on the higher floors, so like from now on, the right call is never to do AoE spells if you're pulling multiple things by mistake. Just focus down one monster with single target, and I would say you want to focus down the most dangerous monster first. And usually the most dangerous monster is the one who has the most dangerous cast spells. So in this case, Airyman was the most dangerous. So I targeted the Airyman, started bursting him down. So this way, when he started doing the cone, I knew like I knew he was doing the cone. Like it wasn't just a surprise. If you are in a situation where you are fighting like 2 dangerous monsters, then the next best thing you can do is you have this little UI on your thing that like let's say if I'm pulling multiple monsters, you see that it tells me there, right? Like it tells me there's X amount of monsters on me. You see them cast on this bar. So the next best thing to do is to be looking at this, and then when you see the problematic monster about like casting the problematic thing, then you have to kind of adjust and like see where it is and move. But like honestly, if you're getting to this point, then you should have probably witched already. So would I say the buff to crit and direct hit makes it easier for Warrior? So it's kind of funny because we tested it out in the Deep Dungeon Discord when the patch came out. It didn't seem like there was a difference for Warrior. I was watching one of my old VODs where I was spamming Felt Leaf, and then I myself went into there with and I spammed Felt Leaves after the patch, and they were doing exactly the same damage. So I feel like if it has an impact on Deep Dungeon, it's insignificant. So I don't think the patch made anything different for Warrior. But Warrior is already very good, so it really didn't change much for Warrior. If Warrior got even better, then it would have been kind of crazy. No item. Okay, so this is... I would say now is when getting like bad debuffs kind of starts to suck. It doesn't suck too much, but it's kind of bad. So this everyman, by the way, we definitely want to kill him first. You could make an argument that, okay, this everyman is not in the way. Like, we could totally just be going, like, you know, like this way and ignore the everyman. The issue if you do that is that he's totally gonna, like, be in your butt at some point. And, like, you're gonna forget about him, and then you're gonna pull him by mistake while you're fighting something else. So I would recommend you always kill the patrol whenever you see them. Starting from now, I would say, is when you want to start killing patrols, like whenever you see them. Just don't leave the patrols alive. It's gonna come bite back you in the ass. Even if it's not the most optimal thing to kill the patrol, because like it's likely not in the way, or I should say there's a chance it's not ever gonna be in your way. It's just safer to do it. So. That's another thing I want to touch on, actually. You know, it's kind of I almost want to say it's kind of the meta to kind of play Metal Gear Solid with the patrols. You know, trying to dodge a patrol at the best you can. I think that's an overrated strategy. I don't think you should be dodging the patrols too much, especially on something like tank. I think you should be fighting the patrols whenever they're there, because it's... You might think you're saving time by skipping the patrol, but like, if the patrol ever comes back your way, and then you have to wait 10 seconds for it to move, and then let's say 2 minutes later it comes back, you have to wait, you know, 20 seconds this time for it to move, then you're wasting time overall. Like, you may feel like you gain time when you dodge it the first time, but you're kind of wasting time in small increments. So it's why I prefer to just kill the patrols whenever I see them. Ah, it's no item. I forgot. So this set is not too bad, right? Like, just have respect the patrols. I guess that's kind of the takeaway from this set. Respect the patrols. Now, by the way, I've not been really like mentioning which monsters are sight and proximity and all that. There's some tools that tell you, like, when you take a monster what it is. You can use them if you really want to know by heart. It's just I don't think it's really important until we make it to the very high floors. Especially on tank, it's less important, because on tank you tend to kill everything on the way, so it's not as important as something like machinist. But I'm gonna mention like when it's important. Like, if, like, for example, this dormant is proximity. It's just I don't feel like it's that important to know that, because you're gonna be fighting the dormants anyway on this side. So. Raising, very nice. I should say, you should not expect to get a raising every set like we've been getting, but you should expect to get, you know, like 1 or 2, I'd say, on the kind of annoying sets. So, you know, just take it when you get it. What's this? Sorry, someone linked something in the chat. I want to check it out. Oh, I think that's the gear you get when you clear rank 10, right? Or something like that. Not bad, not bad. Oh, so there's a patrol behind us. We will fight it. It's really weird. This is absolutely random, but I've noticed that these crystals on this set, for some reason, when you move your camera goes through them. I don't know why. It's just the crystals. Like it has like no collision for your camera for some reason. Like that. Very weird. You can see this is where monsters, they start to take a little longer to kill, right? Like this is not... Now we're fighting monsters for like significantly longer time than before. Though, like I said, time is not going to be an issue on this set. It should not be an issue. Oh, that's a patrol. Can I touch you there? I guess this kind of showed you like, so when a monster respawns, the respawn can be a patrol. If the respawn is a patrol, it will simply patrol. Like it will spawn and then it will start patrolling. So you, like even if you kill every patrol, you kind of have to keep at the back of your mind that a patrol might respawn. So something to keep in mind. Okay, so I see the Everyman there. So the smart thing to do is to kind of wait there and kill the Everyman when he gets there. I could go around the room and, you know, avoid him, but like I said, I don't really want to avoid him. I want to kill him. Also, I used the loss because I found a free one. Look at that. Well, that's a good example of calculated risk. So I'm fighting this guy. I know that if I hit a trap, it will never kill me, even within like, you know, that even with the worst trap that was a toad. So I was willing to like kind of go for the chest, even though I was fighting. So that's kind of something you build up though as you get more runs in. of course, when you're starting out, you don't really know like your limits. So this guy is a patrol. I don't really want to fight both. And this room I'm in right now, I hit the trap there, so it's kind of safe to just fight inside this room. I'll fight him to show you what he does. So he does a sight, a gaze cone. That's a cone. This thing he's gonna do. I can be behind him and look at him. This is just a cone. Then he's gonna do some kind of telegraph, but with a weird animation. Just step out of it. And that's it. That's all he does. By the way, the boss of this set is kind of a gimmick. He will take a minute when we use a resolution for it. Because he's a non-dead, so he takes significantly more damage. Which is why I think it's the main reason why you don't really have time issues on this set, is because like the boss always takes 1 minute. So it's always very fast. Oh, I've kind of reached my limit of how to put it, like sorry, basic knowledge. So it's good that we're getting to the 141 next set, because starting from the next set I'm gonna be starting to get into more like time management stuff. No, not the big time management, like not really commander management yet, but I would say like time management as in like moving through the floor in a efficient manner. This is not really things I could talk about until next set, because like right now it doesn't really matter. But I will always have enough time to just kind of run around. But I think we covered everything that's kind of basic. We covered like the traps pretty extensively. We covered all of the monsters that are problematic. We covered the main thing I wanted to cover also was don't hesitate to use your commanders before you make it to the, you know, like quote unquote hard floors. Perfectly fine to use your commanders before that. Yeah, I think we covered pretty much everything that's basic so far. I did not really cover something I did not really cover is warrior itself. Like I did not really talk about the job itself, you know, that I should probably take a little bit of time to talk about the job itself. This is a warrior guide after all. So I'm gonna say the most important thing on warrior is because you have to play with Berserk in PotD, and this is different than other release. I would say the most important thing is you just try to have like as many Felt Leaves as you can whenever your Berserk is up, but don't delay your Berserk for this reason. So like, if my Berserk is ready and I have 2 Felt Leaves, then I just do 2 Felt Leaves. Like, I don't wait 30 seconds to get a 3rd Felt Leaf, then Berserk. Just Berserk every time it's up. You're gonna do much more damage if you do that. It's never worth it to try and save like to delay your Berserk. Just do it whenever it's up. Though, like, of course, you want to try to have enough Felt Leaves when you get Berserk, but it's not the end of the world if you don't. So yeah, Run to OP, overpowered. Defensives is like just, you know, tank defensives. Just rotate your defensives. It's not really something I've had to do yet. But when we start fighting really hard monsters, you're gonna see me rotating my defensives. Like basically, every time I use defensive, when it's about to run out, I'm gonna use another defensive, and then we're just gonna get that loot going non-stop. Also, something to know about Warriors defensives, there's a lot of defensive you have that heal you. So it's probably better for you to keep these all the things that heal you, like kind of keep them as a backup. So if you run into a bad situation and you start panicking, then you have a lot of instant heals to heal you up. Let's kill this everyman first so we don't die to it. Alright, Almgain. I need to mention something about Almgain as well. You should make an Almgain macro. Highly recommend. Almgain is a very weird tank buster. Okay, so we pulled 2 everyman there, so we have to pay attention. 1 second. So I'm watching this, the you know, the little list there. Okay, good. Yeah, Almgain, the way Almgain works, it needs a target. So like, let's say I try to do Almgain there, it's not gonna let me, because he's out of range. So Almgain needs a target, but it does not need a target if you are not targeting something, if that makes sense. Which means you kind of need a macro where it untargets something and then uses Almgain. Because also the second thing about Almgain is that it needs a target, right? So you press the, let's say I press the button against this everyman, it's on the Almgain, but the invulnerability aspect is attached to the monster. So if I kill the monster before my Almgain is over, my Almgain is going to go away because the monster is dead. This means that if I use Almgain, wow, a rage. So I use a rage at some point and I forgot to pick it up. Oops. So it means that if I use Almgain and it has 5 seconds left, I use it on the monster, but then the monster dies, my Almgain goes away. I lose 5 seconds of invul on my Almgain, which is really bad. If you use Almgain without a target, you don't have this issue. I can actually show you very easily against this Kraken. So when he's about to die, I'm gonna do Almgain. So look at my buffs, you know, where I have my food and my steel. You're gonna see the icon for Almgain. As soon as the monk dies, it's gonna go away. And then this is my invul, right? So I'm gonna use it now. So look, 10 seconds. It dies. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it should have went away. I'm not sure why it did not. There's a chance that this was fixed in a patch that I'm not aware of. But either way, even if that part is not true anymore, maybe it's not, you still need a... If you're targeting a monster when you use Almgain, it still requires you to have a minimum range, right? And for this reason, you should still macro the thing. Because if you use this without a target, it does not require any range. That is really weird, though. That my buff did not go away. Very weird. Okay, maybe that was fixed. That's possible. Well, if that was fixed, that is good, because that was very annoying. Like these guys, like I said, they will suck you in and then do flood. As if you're fighting them 1v1, it's not an issue. Only an issue if you're fighting multiple monsters. I think after this set, I am going to eat something. So after this set, I'm probably going to take a little longer break because I'm getting hungry. So yeah, I don't know. I don't remember seeing patch notes about it. Maybe it's the kind of thing they fix like in the bugs at the bottom, or maybe it's because maybe the buff lies. Like maybe you still keep the buff, but you die anyway. I'm not sure. I'm gonna show the macro once I get to 171 because at 171 we're gonna be doing a lot of landmine stuff. So this guy does not do anything other than big damage. Just make sure you're not low health. I might as well show you what happens. If you stand in front of him, you're gonna get petried like that. It's basically 15 seconds where you just can't do anything. So it looks very armless right now, but I have a steal and I'm fighting only one monster and I was at full health already. But this is a very easy way to die if you're not paying attention. It's why I'm saying these guys are like a big deal. You should respect them. Okay, so this is the combination I was talking about that is really bad. So I have to make sure that when I get sucked in, I'm not sucked in front of the everyman there. So I'm still keeping my focus on the everyman there. When I see him casting the crown, I will move beyond. If I want to be ultra safe for the sucker like spell that sucks me in, I could also arms length. With arms length, this will not pull me in there. There's a bronze. Oh, let me get the bronze actually. That guy is a respawn, by the way. Respawn in my face. Nice. I guess we've not potted the hack yet, so I'm gonna show you what he does. He just does this very annoying disease thing. It slows you by like, I don't know, maybe 30% slow, but it lasts 30 seconds. Well, I got a rage, but I don't have anything to use it on, so... Alright, last floor. Well, like I said, the boss of this set is kind of a tricky... Well, it's not really tricky, but it's a gimmick you have to know. The resolution, I'm gonna show you how to do it. I'm also gonna... I might do it, but I might intentionally mess it up so I can show you like a recovery strat. Because I think this is a boss that people, they tend to mess up the strat, and then they don't know what to do, because like the people, they only show you how to do it when you succeed. They don't show you how to do it when you fail the strat. So I might send back the strat a little bit. I'm gonna use a steal now, because I know I'm gonna make it to the boss with enough steals left. I would say this boss, you want to strength steal, no matter what. If you strength steal, it should be very safe on tank. Like, you really should not die. Oh boy, okay, that is like a floor where you die. So we're gonna make sure that we don't pull like 4 everyman at the same time. So yeah, the troubadour, he's gonna spam something called dark on you, but it's actually a circle AoE on you. So if you keep moving, it actually misses you. If I just keep moving like that, it misses me every time. That's not really useful. It's just kind of nice to me. I'm gonna strength now because I'm gonna have it for the bosses. Rage, don't mind me. Never mind. Maybe I can show what I meant earlier. It's kind of hard to time, but yeah, I did not get it. But if a monster is not full and you hit the monster with a rage swipe, if the server like heals it on the weird state, it's gonna survive and then it's gonna come, it's gonna try and kill you. So that's something to be careful when you hit a landmine in rage. It's just hard to like make an example out of it because it happens rarely, but it can happen. So this guy is very simple. You're simply gonna strength steal, then you're gonna use a resolution, and you're going to spam resolution on him. And the way it works for this guy, the way it works is you want to do 3 casts, then 2, then 3, then 2, then 3. So I'm going to do the right thing. But then before I kill it on the last cast, I'm going to send back a little bit and pretend, I'm going to do it as if I made a mistake to show you how to fix the mistake. So what you do is you pop your potion and resolution. Then you just go. You could also have popped your defensive if you want. But so we do 1, 2, 3. We move like that. Then we do 2. As soon as you finish the second cast, start moving instantly. Move. Okay, as soon as you're out, you do 3. And you're gonna have to slide cast the third one. Move. Now we can do 2. Start moving as soon as the second one comes out. Then you do 3. And I'm gonna intentionally send back there, but you would be casting on the boss, of course. So 3. Now you move on the third one. Then then the boss would die now. Now, if you messed up and you're like, oh man, the boss still has a lot of HP, what you do is you simply kill the ads. Kill the ads with a little bit of reso you have left. And then let's say your reso ends now. Well, the ads are dead, so now you just finish the boss, right? That's it. That's how you do it. Maybe you're gonna see the boss as mechanic, but it doesn't matter. Because now you have time to kill the boss. And if you were really late, like if it took you a long ass time to do all that and he starts doing this, just pop your defenses. And as long as the ads are dead for this, you're gonna survive. You're not gonna die there. So that's how you do it properly. But like if you mess up, that's how you recover, right? Just make sure the ads die. You need to kill the ads with the reso if you mess up.